Where's Joe? All right. Jeff, do you think we're ready to get going?
I think we should be good.
Okay. Then I'm gonna get going. There are a lot of people on this Zoom meeting, so just make sure to mute your mics.
I think we should be good.
Okay. Then I'm gonna get going. And if you're watching YouTube, just make sure that's muted. And I will begin by reading our remote agenda. So as a preliminary matter, this is Ashley Erisman, Chair of the Nantucket Conservation Commission. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Mark Beal.
Okay, present.
Seth Engelborg.
Here.
Ashley Erisman here. Ian Golding.
Here.
Dave LaFleur. Dave, can you hear me?
I can't hear.
Oh, you don't have audio?
I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't hear you guys.
So Dave, we can hear you. Jeff, can you maybe text him?
Yeah, I will try.
His computer's probably sound muted. Maureen Phillips.
Here.
And Joe Topham.
Here.
Great, thank you. Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Jeff Carlson.
Present.
Do we have Joanne Dodd on tonight?
No, Joanne will unfortunately not be with us this evening.
Okay. And then anticipated speakers on the agenda, please respond in the affirmative. There are a lot of you, so I'm just going to read who's on the first screen, and then I'll identify you as we hit your agenda items. So Sarah Alger.
Here.
Caroline Baltazar.
I'm here.
Dan Bailey.
Here.
Alex Gibson. I think it's Charlie Gibson.
That's correct. I can't figure out how to change the name.
It's an alias.
It is. We
Hire
have
a 12-year-old.
Arthur Reed.
Here.
I know we have Paul Santos.
Here.
Kathryn Barnicle.
Here.
Kevin Grant.
Here.
David Haynes.
Present.
Brian Madden.
Here.
Mark Ritz.
Here.
Steve Cohen. Steve might not be here yet. And Dan Wells.
Here.
All right, thank you. So good evening. This open meeting of the Nantucket Conservation Commission is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of the public body are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with the agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely, so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. For this meeting, the Nantucket Conservation Commission is convening by video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless I, the chair, note otherwise. We are now turning to the first item on the agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for the effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. So I will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comments, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or your computer when you are not speaking. Please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. And for items with public comment, after members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment as follows. Staff will activate the chat feature on YouTube, and members of the public who have comments or questions can use this feature to communicate with the public body. Instructions are on the town's website. The chair and/or staff will do their best to address questions and comments. And finally, each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. So with that, we will open it up to public comment. I'm not sure if we have any public comment at this point.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Burton Balkind.
yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to address what's going on at 287 and 289 Hummock Pond Road. I didn't see it on this week's agenda. Is that okay?
Yes, it's okay.
I just wanted to say that the last meeting, I remember you guys were thinking about doing a site visit for a pool that might have been within 100 feet of a resource area. And I wanted to understand in a case like this where the erosion has, decreased the amount of available, land before the resource area. Is there a way for the staff or the commission to go back? Because I think seeing this event, we have to realize that if you permit something and the coastline shifts, it's going to change the resource area distances. So I just want to know if there was anything implemented that would do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Burton. I asked the same question of staff, and I think Jeff should be able to explain this for everybody very clearly. So Jeff?
Sure, thank you, Ashley. So we do have a couple mechanisms to deal with this. I think in this case, specific to 287, 289 Hummock Pond Road, where we've been in a lot of contact with the existing permit holder and even in conversations this afternoon, I think their intention is to obviously deal with the emergency of the house going in and some cleanup that's required. And then as the resource area stabilizes a little bit, do some surveying, and they're going to have to relay out the site a little bit. There's a number of things impacted. Septic system location, building locations, roadway locations, a lot of things are going to have to shift. And they understand that they're going to have to come back in and either amend or do a whole new notice to deal with that specific project. As far as projects going forward or other locations, or locations that don't have active permits, or if they do have permits, there are a couple of provisions that we still have. There's still always enforcement opportunities to go in and have people come in, or in spots where there's permits. If the information changes and the commission finds it so significant, there's always the ability to enter into the revocation process on a permit if the information has changed so substantially. So I think those are kind of the two main choices. As much as we get usually in situations like this, through either emergency certifications or enforcements, we're able to get applicants in to properly permit or adjust those permits to proper conditions if needed.
Thank you, Jeff. Your mic is getting really quiet. I don't know if anybody else was having,
I was having a real hard time hearing Jeff.
yeah.
I'll see what I can
Me
do.
too. I was worried it was my hearing aids, but I guess it's not.
No, it's something with the mic. So Jeff, what you're saying is we can expect them to come back in front of us once they have, or once the storm surge has essentially stopped a little bit and the resource area is stable? Okay.
Yes.
Burton, does that answer your question?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So with that, we will move on. The following items are continued tonight. So under notices of intent, we have Eli Zabar at 47 Squam Road, continued until October 15th. We have the town of Nantucket at 34 Washington Street, continued until October 1st. We have Nantucket Islands Land Bank at 35 Almanac Pond Road, continued until October 1st. We have Mary Jo Buckland at 113 Hummock Pond Road, continued until October 15th. And then under certificates of compliance, we have Silver Fox Partners Real Estate LLC at 235 Matticat Road, continued until October 29th. That looks like it for our continuances. So we will begin tonight under notices of intent with the town of Nantucket Pier at 34 Washington Street. And this is represented by Christine Player, Scott Skunik, Charlie Gibson, and Sheila Lucy.
Good evening. Hello. Christine Player from Foth, representing the town of Nantucket. Scott Skunik is hoping to join us as soon as he is able to do so. I thought we were a little further down on the agenda. There's a little bit of conflict with another meeting he had to hop on, so he may be joining in.
I think we just let him in.
Oh. Oh, there you are. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Christine.
We're on
I
early.
can see. Yeah, sounds good.
Thanks for joining us. And Charlie, I see you're there. Sheila, are you with us? There's a lot of people on the screen here.
No, Sheila was on the High Line and lost her connection, so.
Okay. All right. Ashley, do you have a plan that you'll be pulling up? Should we just go through the quick overview of the project? Please just let me know how you'd like me to proceed.
Yeah. Can you
I am
pull up-
working on getting that plan up as we speak.
Thank you, Jeff.
Out of curiosity, is my volume better?
It
is.
sounds a little better, yeah.
All right, excellent. Thank you.
So Christine, you can get going, and as you're speaking, hopefully Jeff will share the plan with everybody.
Sounds good. Again, thank you for your time here in front of the commission. My name is Christine Player. I'm the project manager from Foth. We've been working with the town, Charlie Gibson and Sheila Lucy, on pier improvements down at Town Pier. I'm sure many of you know the importance of Town Pier and the public access and public uses that it supports currently. It has support for over 100 recreational, transit, and commercial vessels. It's the home of the Harbor Master's Office, emergency response vessels, the pump out in the harbor. And it also provides a dinghy dock, slips for the dinghies that are responsible to providing access to over 100 boats out on the moorings. Again, the facility is a critical piece of public infrastructure, and the project being proposed tonight is related to the need to replace the existing floating dock system, which is already authorized under a previous order of conditions that was issued back in 2015, and that has been extended. So that's still a valid order. The floating dock system, however, back in 2016, when this project began, The project was put out to bid, and what was realized through the procurement process is the floating dock structure in kind, to replace it in kind is authorized. The float manufacturers would not warranty the construction of the docks due to the impacts of the high impact and potential for storm damage. Oop, here we are here. Do I have control? Can you see my cursor here?
No, unfortunately, it's off of my screen, Christine, so it's.
Oh, okay.
It's there.
So anyhow, the floating dock structure that's on the south side of the pier, that is the structure that the town wanted to replace in kind back in 2016. And when it went out to bid, the manufacturers of these docks would not warranty the docks against storm damage without additional protection being provided. So here we are in front of you tonight to propose a way to provide the protection to the northeast storm direction that is impacting these floats by the extension of the existing breakwater system up on the north side, by extending that breakwater approximately 100 feet on the north side. And that is designed to match in kind the existing breakwater structure. The breakwater structure will provide adequate protection against the most damaging storms from the northeast, so that the replacement structure is currently authorized can get the warranty from the float manufacturer, and therefore that project can move forward. As part of the 100-foot extended breakwater extension, similar to the current breakwater, the town is proposing to extend the pier that is located behind the breakwater, which has 3 finger piers. That will enable the facility to gain a little more capacity. And I'm sure I don't have to tell many of you folks, capacity is at a premium for vessels out in the harbor. In addition, part of this project, the existing dinghy dock currently down on the southwest corner of the pier, that we found out was an unauthorized structure. It's a bottom anchored seasonal structure. We're moving forward to authorize that and install 6 new piles so that it's a more stabilized structure. Still a seasonal dock, but instead of bottom anchored, we'd be installing 6 new piles to secure the existing dinghy dock structure as it is today. And it's, I think it's about 800 square feet. So again, the importance of this wave break to just really emphasize is without it, the investment that the town will make to replace these docks, which are in dire straits to begin with. These docks were originally installed in 2001. Subsequent storm events, 2014, 15, had a little break, but 2018, the back-to-back storms in March have really made the existing dock system, it's in disrepair, and it really does need to be replaced. However, without installing the breakwater system to provide that protection, the investment made by the town to replace the floating dock system literally could get wiped out in a blink of an eye. So the importance of getting this wave break extension in to protect the investment of the replacement dock system is critical with wave break structure that we're proposing tonight in front of you. As far as impacts, the impacts are limited to land onto ocean. The direct impacts that we're seeing are primarily just from the piles that will support the wave break structure and the pier and the finger piers, and also the 6 piles that I mentioned that will be installed at the dinghy dock. In addition, and I'm sure you can see just with all the colors all over the plan here, we did go through the MEPA process prior to coming in front of you folks, and eelgrass is always something that is at the forefront of a lot of work here on the island. So when we went to MEPA, we just had Mass GIS, DEP mapped eelgrass information available. And as part of the MEPA review process, we were asked to go out and ground truth for eelgrass. And on the plan here, you can kind of see it. And in general, there is eelgrass present. The beds of eelgrass that are quality beds, again, it's really hard to tell on the screen, are shown in kind of the green chicken feet. And then that orangey color is more of the sparse beds, really not high quality beds out by the wave break. Thank you, Jeff. And what you can see when you really do look at the bathymetry and the eelgrass conditions that were observed based on our survey is once you get into that depth of -8, mean low water, -9, where the wave break is located, the beds are getting sparse. And that's really consistent with the deepening of the water and the inability of light to penetrate to support eelgrass growth. So we did do our due diligence. We did the eelgrass survey. You can see all the track lines. They were done on 50-foot spacing in accordance with DMF recommendations. And based on the results, I do just want to bring to the attention of the commission, the original project that was proposed during the MEPA process included additional components. And on the north side of the main pier, there are 4 fixed finger piers that provide slip dockage. The MEPA project included extending those. We have since removed those because of the impacts resulting to the mapped eelgrass and those being located in the quality eelgrass beds. So we have removed them from the project. And additionally, on the south side of the pier, the replacement dock, we initially had proposed to extend the dock footprint another couple of slips to, again, try to meet the demand for capacity. And again, we took those out once we saw that the high quality eelgrass was present there to avoid those impacts. I think with that, I will end my narrative and open up to any questions that the commission may have.
Thank you, Christine. Are there any questions from commissioners? Like, Ian, do you have a question?
Yes. Do you anticipate any scarring, tidal scarring, or any issues, any negative effects at all, reflective effects?
No, so the wave break extension has been designed, and again, it is in the plans. There's a typical cross section in the NOI plans that shows that the timber fencing that will break the wave is not embedded into below the mud line. So there is a gap which will allow currents to flow the way that they should flow and thereby avoid any kind of scour or any change in the dynamics of the movement of waves and water out in that general area.
And then just a follow-up question, the anticipated 50-year service life, is that a guarantee?
Well, for Scott, I think you being the structural engineer, I'm going to default to you, but typically these types of structures are built to resist the wave impacts based on design, and then the materials that would be used should have a decent lifespan up to 50 years.
Yeah, the 50-year lifespan is directly proportional to the rate of corrosion we expect. And so if we use our annual steel corrosion rate for the harbor, there's enough capacity in the steel members to still form their function in 50 years. Certainly you could have a 500-year event, which could fail the system, but the system's designed to survive a 100-year event. It's designed to survive a 100-year event, even with future sea level rise of 5 feet. And it's designed to form its function within 50 years with 50 years of corrosion to the steel.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mark?
Yes, I know what a breakwater is, and I looked up wave attenuator, and they're mostly the ones I found were floating. So I'm not sure what a fixed pile supported breakwater wave attenuator is. Could someone explain that to me?
Yeah, I can explain that. So the difference between a wave break and a wave attenuator in this scenario is that by attenuating, we're not reducing the velocity completely. And the reason we can't do that is back to Ian's question that came up about scour, is that because the timber lagging doesn't go to the mud line, 100% of the wave velocity isn't absorbed by the system, like in a traditional wave break, like a jetty or a stone groin. It absorbs all the wave energy. This, with the gap between the bottom of the steel of the timber sheets between that and the mud line, it attenuates 70 to 90% of the wave energy, but not 100%. And that's the distinction in terminology between the two systems, between attenuating and fully breaking.
Thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners? Looks like not. Jeff, do we have any questions from the public?
We have not had any public comment come in for this.
Okay. Jeff, do we have everything we need to close this one?
Yes, we have all of the required information.
All right. Christine, would you like to close?
I certainly would.
Okay. Is there a motion to close? Motion made by Joe, seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks all. Take care.
So that moves us on to Kim Glowacki at 46 Easton Street, and this is represented by Dan Bailey and Dan Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. For the record, Dan Bailey, Pierce Atwood. With me are Dan Wells and Don Bracken. This is one that's been in front of the commission previously, and we're back. And the last time we were here, the commission expressed a lot of concern about and Jeff, I don't know if you have the plan and can get it up. And if you don't, maybe Dawn, you can do it. Joe has done it in the past. I didn't realize she wasn't going to be here.
No, yes, I will have it up right shortly here.
Oh, Jeff, your volume's down again.
Okay, thank you. It's 46 Easton Street. The commission expressed a lot of concerns about a proposed rebuild of the bulkhead. So we want to take that issue off the table. So we will be withdrawing from the proposed project any work on the bulkhead. And what that does is, I'm sorry. I thought I heard somebody. That leaves us with a proposal to relocate the existing historically significant Auburn cottage, which is over 100-year-old built single-family residence, which is now located within 12 feet of the coastal bank and almost entirely within the 50-foot setback, so that it is entirely outside the 25-foot setback, and to add a new dwelling that is entirely outside the 25-foot setback. So all structures would be removed within 25, and 403 square feet of building would be within the 25 would be eliminated. The structure would be moved back more than 13 feet from wetland resource areas, which are coastal dune and coastal bank. The amount of structure within 50 feet would be reduced from to 1,263 square feet, which is a reduction of about 260 square feet, or almost 20% less than the existing structure. Both structures would be substantially more set back from the ocean than the structures on either side or on the most of the remainder of Easton Street. We would elevate the first floor to 12.7 feet. Thank you, Jeff. So the existing conditions are shown on the left. The proposed conditions are shown on the right. And the red line is the dark red line is the 25-foot buffer to coastal bank, and the purplish line is the 50-foot buffer. So both structures would be substantially more set back from the ocean than the structures on either side at the White Elephant or at the Breakers, or on most of the remainder of Eastern Street. The preserved part of the existing historic building is on the western side, and as you can tell, the new dwelling would be on the eastern side. We've talked about it previously, would be eliminating the existing foundation. We'll be using helical pile foundations There'd be breakaway panels below the first floor. Knotweed, there's a knotweed removal area. At the last commission meeting, we were asked about whether we would be able to directly infiltrate roof runoff. We would be happy to do that. So our position here is that there are no adverse impacts, and Dan Wells can talk about this in more detail, on either the coastal dune or the coastal bank, because we are in fact moving structure further away from them. And in fact, there will be a net benefit related to the smaller footprint of structure within the 50. Now, 2 weeks ago, the commission approved a proposal at 45 Hulbert that was substantially similar to this. And just for the record, to remind everyone what that was, it was an old house that was built in 1939 that was within 50 feet of the coastal dune. That particular structure occupied 1,164 square feet within the 50. It was moved 5 feet further back from the dune and 1 foot from the bank. The amount of footprint within the 50 was reduced by 62 square feet, or about 5%, rather than close to 20% reduction, which we have here. And the first floor was raised 1.65 feet. We're raising it 5 feet. Of course, that's driven by flood more than anything. The Concom has expressed some concerns about the nature of this property being subdivided previously. I would submit that that is not a Concom issue. You don't have jurisdiction over subdivision. The Concom focus should be on the amount of the structure, not the number of structures, whether there's 1, 2, or 25. It's the total amount of structure that's within your jurisdiction and within your setbacks. Here, there's a net benefit because the amount of structure in the 50 is considerably reduced. So our conclusion, the project as proposed reduces the amount of structure within 50 feet of a resource area by close to 20%. It moves structure back 13 feet away from the resource area, increases the first floor elevation by over 5 feet, eliminates the old foundation, and the new construction will be helical piles. The Commission has authority to grant the necessary waivers because the project provides a long-term net benefit, and that's what we would request that the Commission do. Thank you.
Jeff, can you stop screen sharing so I can see? Thank you. So question, the plan that was just on the screen, is that an older plan, not updated with the bulkhead change, et cetera?
That's correct. If the Commission is supportive of removing the bulkhead, as I suspect you will be, what I'd propose is that if you are inclined to approve this proposal, you condition it on a revised plan.
Okay. Generally speaking, it is easier for the Commission to have that revised plan submitted just so we can look at it. I know when I was going to review this with no new information, it's difficult for us. So I think that's always helpful.
I understand, and part of the reasoning here was we wanted to have a discussion with you about this as much as anything, but I think we evolved to the point where the clients decided just to take it off the table.
Thank you. Are there any questions from commissioners? Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Dan's explanation goes over a lot of the things I had in my mind, but one of the things that we still have unknown is, with the additional structure being added, what is the percent change of alteration in the 25 to 50 foot zone? We have a policy in place where we don't want more than 50% of that zone altered. So with adding the second structure, that might cause concern here.
Thank you, Seth. Dan, have you guys done calculations for that?
I'll ask Don whether he's got that or could do it quickly.
I can do it quickly. Let me get offline and I can get that to you.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from commissioners while we're waiting for that answer? Ian, and then back to Seth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dan, I take your point about what we approved last week, but that was within an existing footprint and it wasn't adding an entirely new dwelling on what is going to be a subdivided lot. And so I would say there's a significant difference. And I feel very uneasy about approving this, despite your persuasive argument.
Can I respond? You want me to wait till the end?
No, you can respond.
Well, I mean, Ian, what I'd say is, you know, the underlying structure and lot ownership is not really a Conservation Commission issue. You know, as I said, your issue is, you know, what are the impacts to the resource area? And what we've done here is a considerable reduction in the impact to the resource area. Yes, there's another structure, but it's no different than if, for example, someone had a grandfathered house, a large grandfathered house, and they decided to build a much smaller dwelling and a garage with apartment, but the total footprint of that was less than 20%. I think what the commission should be focused on is the totality of the impacts and not sort of slicing and dicing the number of structures.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. So Seth had a question and then I'll go to Mark.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we definitely need a updated plan before I feel comfortable, you know, making a vote on this. One of the things that I'd like to see is Don Bracken last meeting talked about the roof infiltration system that apparently there is a similar example elsewhere in town, but I'd like to see a cross section or a typical drawing of that. And then also with just some clarity about the bulkhead. So I'm just wondering what you mean when you say you're not going to be pursuing that further. Does that mean you're going to be doing nothing there? Does that mean you're going to be trying to remove that bulkhead? Or does that mean you're going to just let nature take its course there, or going to try to restore the dune or plant something, or is it just nothing?
Nothing. I mean, it was such a lightning rod that, you know, we just said, look, we'll, you know, live with it as it is. As you've noted, other commission members have noted, you know, the geology here is such that the sand builds up and provides protection to these this property. And so, you know, we talked with the engineers about it and said, you know, I think we can live without it, without doing any work to it. You know, and what we'll probably see over time is a continuation of that buildup of sand and coastal bank and dune.
Thank you, Dan. Mark?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bailey, my concern is that the house as it exists, the Auburn Cottage, I think under certain restrictions could be restored, rebuilt, maybe even major change, but stay on the same location under certain grandfathering provisions. And my conflict in my own mind is that we have an opportunity, if you want to tear, or move part of it out of the area or move it to a large degree back, we have the opportunity to make you conform to a minimum to be within the 50 to 100-foot section. And so that's kind of where I'm thinking that I see that as sort of a choice that you've made, is to not do a rebuild job, but to keep some buildings that are within the resource area when you have the opportunity to move them back out of the prime resource area, the 0 to 50 foot.
Well, and my response to that would be, Again, what we're doing here improves the situation. We also can just, and my client is, I think it's known, as a buyer under a purchase and sale agreement. If they don't go forward, I expect the house will just remain as it is, perhaps get rebuilt in part in that location, and the existing encroachment will continue.
Any other, Dave?
Yeah, Dan, I think I like this because we are getting everything eliminated out of 25 and a substantial reduction within the 50. I see what you're saying about a totality of square footage, not focusing on the fact that it's two separate pieces of building or structures, but as a whole, it's a reduction in that area. I like that.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Maureen?
Dan, through the chair, the one we approved a couple weeks ago, it was the thing that kind of concerned me about that one, frankly, although we did approve it, is that, the fact that dwelling, the new dwelling, was the net benefit to the piece of land was clearer to me, because the new dwelling was, raised up, had the breakaway panels, all of that. So the old dwelling obviously had none of that. And so then what was going to be on that plot was something that would be a net benefit to that structure, and even potentially to the neighborhood as well. And to me, this is different because we have, and it's really a matter of, that's not the only thing that's going on here, is what I'm saying. So I understand your argument that they are related, but I don't see it that it's a, that clear a relationship, so as to look at this as, well, since we did it 2 weeks ago, then we should do this. I don't think they're close enough. Thank you.
Well, and if I can just quickly respond to that, I just want to be clear that, as I've said, we are removing the entire foundation of the existing, over 100-year structure. And we will also be doing piles, breakaway panels, and it will allow floodwaters to flow through and flow out. So there's the benefit of that. One other thing I forgot to mention, and it's come up briefly, but I really just want to emphasize it, is that in connection with the Chapter 91 license that we would need for any new construction at this site, there will be public access. It will be along the east side of the property. So there would be public access from Easton Street to that beach on the property.
So Dan, that's with or without doing anything with the bulkhead?
Yes, because we need to go to the sites, also not all, but most of the sites subject to Chapter 91. So we'll need a Chapter 91 license, and DEP has made, I didn't go to the meeting, but the other folks on the team did, and DEP made clear that public access would be a requirement of any new Chapter 91 license.
Thank you.
And just to take that one step further, DEP's goals on public access is they try to pick it off one parcel at a time as they can, with each license. Well, there's public access across the White Elephant property from Children's Beach. So that would take it to, along the boardwalk there. I know it because I did it 20-something years ago. Then there's then there would be this property with public access, and then the breakers also has public access. So I think it's along the beach. I don't think it goes up onto the grass. But the point being is that over time, we start to acquire a greater breadth of public lateral access along the beach. And this is kind of a missing piece in the middle of that puzzle that would be beneficial to the public.
Thank you. Joe?
So if we're gonna get a revised plan, can we have that shown, and that way it's memorialized and
Yeah,
stays current with this site? Thank you. And I agree with Dan. I think that removing that existing foundation, it's right now just a big, seawall that's stopping any water from migrating and moving forward. And so I think the piers are a better solution in this location. I like that they're going to pick up the existing structure and renovate it and reuse it. I think that's great. I don't have much of a problem with the new one. I understand where everyone's talking about, not seeing one-to-one with Hubbard Ave, but I kind of see it is one-to-one. And I do think that there's a net benefit by moving forward with this project. So thank you.
Thanks, Joe. I know I echo the concerns of many of the commissioners with the new proposed dwelling that I guess is on the eastern lot. And I wish it could be outside of the 50 a little bit more, to have a real significant decrease between the 25 and 50. I realize you've got an all structure outside of the 25, but when you look at, solely the 25 to 50 alone, it's seeing an increase by 140 plus square feet. And I just think that being that is totally new construction, it would be more appropriately done outside of the 50. But are there any more thoughts or comments from commissioners before we move to the public? Or Don, have you been able to do your quick math?
I'm not the CAD guru in the office, so I had to go into the CAD to try to figure it out. I just recalculated 25 to the 50, which is the same as is on the plan. You were looking for the change within the 50 itself, the entire 50? Seth, could you just clarify what number you were looking for again?
Jeff can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the policy we have is we are looking for less than 50% alteration between the 25 and 50 foot setback.
Well, yeah, there's only a 4% increase in structure area, but you're talking total alteration. The site is completely altered already within those setbacks with building and lawn. I know typically when we've done that in the past, we've looked at compared to natural areas, but under current conditions, it's all disturbed. So.
Yeah, I think as the regs read, because we've had this on other properties, it's changed just period within that area. Jeff?
So I'll just clarify this because this comes up from time to time. That 50% requirement of the buffer zone between the 25 and 50, an alteration, that performance standard is solely within bordering vegetated wetlands. So it doesn't necessarily apply in this case. I mean, you can certainly ask for those percentages. I mean, I think if a revised plan is coming, having the changes for all those and maybe percent changes included in that breakdown for the 0 to 25, 25 to 50, and beyond is always good to have on a plan of record in cases like this. So I think that's certainly a number that, that would give Don a little more time to make sure that it's correct, other than trying to do it really quickly right now on the computer. I appreciate him trying to do it. It's just, it takes some time.
I'm rusty, yeah.
Thanks for clarifying, Jeff.
No problem.
All right. Any other questions, Ian?
Yes, please, Madam Chair, to either Jeff or Dan. Could you clarify for the Chapter 91, the public access, is that dependent on whether you're inside the 50 or outside with new construction?
It isn't dependent on inside or outside. If we do new construction here, we need a
Right.
Chapter 901 license.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if the entire site is subject to 91 jurisdiction, but 80 to 90% of it is. So, anything that we're going to do, we're going to have to go to them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff?
So just to add on to Dan's comment for clarity, the Public Waterfront Act, the Chapter 91 Act, doesn't necessarily contemplate or is related at all to resource area delineations that DEP defines currently under the Wetlands Protection Act or buffer zones. It relates pretty strictly to historic shorelines and areas that were filled or flowed tidelands. And this is an area that, and I agree with Dan, I'd have to look, and I won't get the percentage off the top of my head, but the historic jurisdictional line for Chapter 91 covers probably 80 to 90% of this lot. I know it kind of weaves its way down Easton Street on this side, and where that line is requires Chapter 91 filings for activities that are on the seaward side of that line. So whether this was even having to go to the Concom, if it was on the other side of that line, they would still require to go through the Chapter 91 process.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts or comments from commissioners? All right, Jeff, what do we have from the public?
All right, we do have a few, so I'll try to do like I normally do and group folks together that have commented. So the first one that commented was RJ Turcott, of the Nantucket Land Council. And he said the Nantucket Land Council will reiterate its points from the last hearing. New data has become available to this commission, and we strongly urge the commission to make a decision on this NOI in harmony with the Coastal Resilience Advisory Committee and Select Board's approach to climate change and sea level rise. New structures in a vulnerable area such as this is poorly advised. And then he took away his other part. So to move down, Ann Taylor commented, I still have seen nothing about public access to the water line as required by law, the Massachusetts Chapter 91 Public Waterfront Act. That comment came in prior to the most recent discussion. Then she continued, have you ever gone by there in a large flooding storm? Where is the water that fills the yard supposed to go with the second house and greatly increased ground cover? This could have unforeseen consequences from floodwater and roof runoff that can negatively affect the coastline and surrounding properties. And then that was followed by David Stinnett, who asked the question, is Ann Taylor and a butter, and what direct impact does this have to you? And he is the current owner. And those are the public comments that we have taken into this point.
Thank you, Jeff. Joe?
I think just to answer Ann Taylor's question, I mean, if we allow this to go forward, they're going to put the house on piers. So I think there's going to be more ground available to take in that water. So I don't see that as a problem. I think the future plan is a better plan and better for the coastline. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. It's funny, when I look at the existing house that's there, when we did our site visit, the foundation looked so decrepit that I imagined water essentially not easily flowing through, but getting in there pretty easily. So yes, foundations impede water flow, but in this case, it's just so old. I don't know that it's functioning the way a normal foundation would. But that was just my perspective on it. Dave, did you have a comment?
Well, yes, I was gonna, Madam Chair, I was gonna comment about the foundation, even though it is suspect in its quality and integrity, it still impedes tidal flow. I mean, it still causes a pinch point. The water's got to increase velocity to get around it. There's no area there that's going to infiltrate water under that foundation. So I think going forward, if this project goes forward, it is a much better situation for the floodwaters.
Thank you. All right, Ian?
Just a quick question. So what sort of subsurface are you proposing? A porous subsurface underneath the raised dwellings, Dan?
I'll ask Dawn or Dan to answer that.
Yes, we'd put like a crushed stone base underneath the house where it's on piers. We could do that, and we could run the roof gutter pipes into that system, or we could put them just outside of it as well. We're going to be creating a stone base under the house anyway, in order to get the helical piles in. So that same stone base could be used to accept the roof runoff.
Could that be shown on the plan?
Yeah, we will, on the next plan, we'll show a cross section of it and how we think that would work.
Thank you.
Yep.
This may be kind of a silly question, but it kind of goes out to Jeff. So Jeff, if they're essentially filling under this with a stone base, is that allowable in the flood zone? I know we can't change grade, but if you're filling with something different, I don't know how that works.
So in the flood zone, actually, to answer that, is you're not allowed to negatively impact your flood storage capacity. So I know typically in this area, we've kind of seen a lot of, crushed stone or something that kind of comes up to grade in these areas, or in some of the crawl spaces and frost walls that have been constructed with breakaway panels. There's something in there, usually stone or dirt, that as long as the water still has the ability to infiltrate in similar characteristics, even if it's a little bit slower and hasn't decreased the vertical volume by raising the grade. I know DEP, and I know we've always viewed that as kind of a typically permissible condition. So I don't think that stone beneath that would be something that, as long as it's still kind of the same volume of earth that's there, would qualify a performance standard issue with landslide coastal storm flowage.
Yeah, and I don't think we'd be raising the grade anyway. We're going to take out the topsoil and the loam that's there, and we're going to replace that with stone. So the grade shouldn't change significantly.
Thank you. I guess I'm just concerned because it's not only the flood zone, but we're within 50 feet of a dune, and you're altering the groundscape so much that can the dune adequately migrate and reestablish as it should, as we would need to allow per our regulations. I'm worried that these alterations are impacting many different resource areas that they're close to. Seth, it looked like you had a comment or question.
Yeah, it's on the same vein and trying to see, so the crushed stone, is it just going to be like loose laid, or is there going to be any type of mortar or anything like that holding it in place? So if a storm does come through there, is all that stone being washed away? And then also, is there a way to achieve the similar function of directing the roof runoff into an infiltration area underneath the house by using a vegetative solution instead of the stone?
Yeah, no, we definitely can look at vegetated solutions as well. Again, the thought was we have to provide a stone base anyway to put the new foundation system in, and we could also use it for the roof runoff. But we can take a look at that and see if we have, create some vegetated areas for some of that runoff. But as far as containing the stone, we could put the stone in, and actually we could put a concrete cap over it, or we could put some kind of concrete rim to try to contain it. But that's a good thought. We'll give that some thought as well.
Yeah, if I may, just real quick. I mean, I think if the houses are being elevated, 5 or 5.5 feet, you might have opportunities for some type of vegetative solution there, or at least a hybrid solution with stone in some areas and plantings otherwise.
Yeah, we will look at that.
Joe?
I saw last one of my projects I did that we did stones that were 1.5 to 3 inches, and they were all, rough, and they actually kind of locked in. So I can't really see them moving too much. And I think that you want to leave that open. I think that allowing bugs and et cetera to go through there. So I don't see any tidal problems like washing it away. I think it's kind of locked, and he's not going to be raising it above the grade. So I think it will cause some turbulence a little bit as it goes across, but I don't think it's going to pull it across the, into the wetland or into the street. I don't think that's going to be a problem. But I do like Seth's idea of trying to get some more vegetation around the perimeter to collect that water. Anything we can do. And the dune keeps growing, so that's kind of a positive. And I hope that moving the houses away will even act as something to let that grow even more. And even if it, like Dan was saying, if it can grow up, that would be amazing. I mean, I think this is a pretty unique space where it has a beach, where no one else has a beach in any of these other bulkheads. So I think it's kind of a special site, and it's great that this is moving everything back and everything's, I think, going to work in a positive manner. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Jeff?
Sorry, we just had one more public comment come in from RJ Turcotte again. And he said, I would also like to point out that 45 Holbert's raising and reconstruction was essentially an in-kind replacement, not adding significantly to the structures on the property. And then he said, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Joe?
So I think that if you looked at this from the basement that's there now and to the piers that are going to be there, I don't think that those piers, and I could be wrong, and Don, maybe you can do this math for me another time. But I think the piers in totality are not going to be any more of a footprint or take up any more space than that existing garage that's in the northwest corner. I think that there's going to be a greater reduction and more open space for the water to go in. So Don, do you think you could work on that for the next?
Yeah, we could come up. I'll have to do a little research on how many piers and so forth, but we'll try to come up with something on that comparison.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ian?
So a point of clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair, for Dan. So the Chapter 91 public access would be just directly to the water, right? It wouldn't allow any use of the beach because the beach is, the property line goes right to the low tide mark, right?
Well, without getting too granular on Chapter 91, you are correct that property goes to the low tide line. But when DEP is issuing Chapter 91 licenses, one of the things that they are required by both the statute and the regulations to require is public lateral access. So what they would do is there would be public access along the east side of the property, and that would bring you down to the low water mark. To the high water mark. And then the public has the right to lateral access, walk along the shoreline. It's always subject to some negotiation, Ian, with DEP. But at a minimum, the public will have the right to walk between high and low, which they don't have. The between high and low is subject to public rights of fishing, fouling, and navigation, but not public access. They don't have, and DEP requires that as a condition of Chapter 91 licensing.
Thank you.
Any last minute thoughts or questions from commissioners? Seeing not, Dan, would you like to continue?
Yeah, we'll go 2 weeks or the next meeting.
Okay, I believe that's October 1st.
I think that's right.
So this will continue until October 1st.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that moves us on to Nantucket Point of View LLC at 9 Lincoln Avenue. And this is represented by Brian Madden, Don Bracken, and Sarah Alger.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. Brian Madden from LEC Environmental for the record. Just to refresh the commission's memory on this one, it's been a little while since we were last before you. We had a hearing back in February and submitted supplemental information in advance of a March 18th public hearing, and that was right at the onset of the pandemic. And so I just wanted to summarize, before that March 18th meeting, we had submitted some supplemental information. And more recently, we had submitted some information. And I just wanted to summarize that, refresh the commission's memory, certainly jump in if you have any questions or comments. But the proposed project involves a structure within the lower lawn area that we've labeled as a boathouse. We are not seeking any definition under the Nantucket Wetlands Protection Regulations as a water dependent structure or boathouse. This is just the terminology we're using that's more appropriate for the intended use of the structure, being storage of boat related items down below and habitable space above. That has always been the case. There's been no change to that. Proposed project also involves relocating the existing stairs over the coastal bank, some restoration and enhancement activities of resource areas, including the coastal bank and buffer zones. In that March supplemental information, some of the revised project aspects were in response to an on-site that I believe the majority of the commission was at, but it removed that 30-inch high retaining wall that was proposed along the top of the coastal bank. That has now been eliminated. At that point in time, we provided a little bit more detail on the proposed planting and phasing of the restoration activities on the coastal bank. That the planting scheme has been further updated, and that's the plan that's on the screen before you. All Nantucket natives, and if you have the plans in front of you, zoom in, you can see the different breakdowns for native shrubs and herbaceous species and trees as well. We provide a little bit more detail on the phasing based on the current status for the restoration efforts to be phased to address some of the commission's comments relative to ensuring stability of that coastal bank and basically attacking it in a kind of two-pronged approach with removing the invasive species on the upper half of the coastal bank, planting when appropriate, and then attacking the lower half of it, and then planting when appropriate. Erosion control blankets will be proposed to ensure slope stability as necessary. And so in total, the restoration effort, the existing lawn area at the top of the coastal bank is 1,480 square feet. Within the upper lawn area, that's currently lawn, proposed to be naturally vegetated. 6,200 square feet of the coastal bank, and then 4,080 square feet within the lower lawn area that is being proposed to be naturally revegetated. I had gone over this at the initial meeting, but just to provide a summary of the coastal bank and why it is defined as a coastal bank. It is a policy coastal bank where the flood zone elevation hits the extreme lower level of the slope, and the slope is greater than 10-on-1, and that's why it qualifies as a coastal bank. The coastal banks and/or the slope embankment running parallel to North Beach Street and Jefferson Ave is discontinuous and fragmented along its entire length. In this particular locus, a coastal bank is present from Cobblestone Hill north before it starts to dissipate as the slope lessens. The property is 1,100 linear feet from Nantucket Sound, 1,500 linear feet from the harbor. This is an inland setting, so very unique set of circumstances for this to qualify as a policy coastal bank. The proposed boathouse in the lower lawn area has been nonetheless designed to maximize those setbacks to the toe of the coastal bank. A portion of the structure is within the 50-foot buffer zone. However, the structure has been designed to maximize that distance and be at least 50 feet away from the vegetated wetlands, isolated vegetated wetlands to the south and to the east across Jefferson, while also complying with minimum side yard and front yard setbacks. The structure itself is going to be designed on a slab foundation or resting on gravel and sand bed. Well, we provided some soil information within the proposed location of the structure. We are meeting the 2-foot separation for the slab. However, the footings will be within groundwater, and we have requested the waiver and providing information on dewatering. Any runoff from the proposed structure will be directed towards a drip line edge, crushed stone drip line edge surrounding the perimeter of the structure. The structure will have flood vents. It's all within land subject to coastal storm flowage to allow tidal flow through. But again, we are set back pretty far away from open water. So in summary, we feel that the proposed project, including the mitigation measures, will provide a long-term net benefit. That historic lawn area will be nearly entirely revegetated. The coastal bank that's currently occupied by invasive species will be restored, implementing BMPs, and we'll be submitting annual monitoring reports and be talking with conservation staff as that progresses. That restoration effort will provide a long-term net benefit to the resource areas. And I guess I'll just turn it over to questions at this point in time.
Thank you, Brian. So I always get worried about these projects where you have like a structure coming in and a replanting that's going on that might change. So for me, I have to say I'm very uncomfortable with this structure, especially without a very clear revegetation plan for that bank. You know, first year we're going to be doing this, second year we're going to be doing this, and I almost think if the net benefit is because of the bank and all of this replanting, I think that almost needs to be completed and established before we have this boathouse. You know, because what's the incentive to really finish this project and make sure it's done well if the boathouse goes in next year? You know, so that's kind of my perspective here. But I'll open it up to questions and comments from the commissioners. It looks like Mark and then Seth.
Will the applicant be applying for a second dwelling permit?
They'll be applying for any other local permits. They haven't yet. The first stop was conservation, but anything else required will be applied for.
It makes a big difference in my thinking. If it's a real boathouse, that's one thing. But if it's going to be I mean, your first application said cottage with garage under, and now you're calling it a boathouse. So I want to make sure what we know we're approving here. Is it going to be a house, or is it going to be a real boathouse with maybe a bedroom over?
There will be habitable space above storage for boat-related items below.
That sort of doesn't answer my question.
Relative to applying for other permits?
Will it be a dwelling under our definition of the bylaw?
Yes, yeah. I mean, that hasn't changed.
Okay, that's fine.
Bylaw definition of, sorry.
Okay, no, it's fine. I just want to get that. Thank you. My other comment was, if you're really concerned with a long-term benefit, why wouldn't you look up on top of the hill and convert the garage to your second dwelling?
As we submitted in the March supplemental information, we had expanded upon the alternatives analysis, and within, I think you're talking about the area southwest of the dwelling. There are geothermal wells and subsurface drainage structures and other utilities up around that corner of the circular driveway. And also, if you look at the structure head on from the top of Lincoln, and the way that Cobblestone Hill angles in, there's really not a whole lot of room there. But the primary reason why a structure is not being proposed in that location is the utilities that are currently present in that location.
Thank you, Brian. Mark, does that answer your question?
Well, again, the garage conversion was on my mind too. Is already an existing garage there, which could be converted to a second dwelling pretty easily, I would think.
Yeah. All right, we'll move on to Seth's question or comment, and then we'll go to Joe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a variety of concerns about this project, but I'll start with the planting plan. In the submission we received and commentary from the representative, we've been told that we're getting all Nantucket native plants, but actually from my review of those species listed, we have 6 different species listed on that plan that aren't considered native on Nantucket. Some of those aren't even native in the US at all, and some of them are a locally interesting occurrence where they might be native in Massachusetts, but they're not known to be native on Nantucket. I double checked all of these records using Go Botany, county level data for what's non-native and what is native. I highly recommend people use that before submitting plans. The list I have here of the 6 non-natives is Salix purpurea, that's the willow, Elmias canadensis, Lolium multiflorum, Lolium perenne, Carex radiata, and Monarda fistulosa, all non-native on Nantucket. So I really think we need a much better thought out planting plan before we even consider using that as a coastal bank restoration.
Thanks, Seth. I'll take another look at the list. I think the willow was a newer ad, so maybe that wasn't cross-referenced. But I think some of those herbaceous species, I think were cross-referenced with the vascular and non-vascular flora of Nantucket, Tuckernuck, and Muskeget by the Audubon Society. I'll double check that and circle back, but certainly we'll gear everything towards truly Nantucket native.
Yeah, if I may just respond, if you're using that reference, the flora of Nantucket by Sorority and Dunwoody, it references native and naturalized species, which is fine for most areas, but we really need native species here. And it's also undergoing an update, which will likely be published soon. So we do have better resources available now. So I just suggest looking at them.
Will do. And maybe just to follow up on Ashley, your comment relative to the phasing and exact planting scheme for the net benefit. We can certainly provide some further detail, but I think we have to realize that the overall plan is going to be somewhat adaptive in some respects. Once we manage the invasive species out there, we don't know when it's going to be appropriate to plant the species. And so that process, I'm envisioning, is going to be upwards of 3 years to complete. Certainly that's something that is going to be addressed first as part of the project. But we can provide a little bit more clarification detail on that.
Thank you, Brian. Because I know a lot of times we're sold on what's supposed to be these like amazing restoration plans, and then either, a landscaper's hired down the line that had, no idea what project was proposed, and the steps don't get followed. So we've got to make sure with these big coastal banks, especially, that people are following appropriate steps and phasing.
Yep.
Yeah. Seth, are you still finishing your comments and questions? I know you said you had a few.
Yeah, if you'll permit me to keep speaking, I have some more issues I'd like dealt with. I think that I mean, Brian and Mark's conversation hits on it pretty well, but this dwelling proposed, or the structure proposed, it's a dwelling. It's not a boathouse. And even if it has boat material stored in there, it meets our regulations as a non-water dependent structure. It's a dwelling. And I think that in that case, we have to evaluate the need for 2 waivers being asked for here, having structure in the 50 and not meeting the 2-foot separation. I'd also like to see more detail, like coordinate-based or map-based detail about where the soil test pits that were dug actually were taken. I know we see that just the information about the soil horizons and the 32-inch depth, but there's no exact locations, and especially in an area with multiple different wetlands converging here, those could definitely change based on the location. So I'd like to see that information updated before we move forward.
Do you mind if I just answer that?
No, go ahead, Brian.
Thanks. Yeah, so the soils information that I submitted was in the central location of the structure. Yeah, I mean, I'll be the first one to acknowledge that the soils out there are highly variable based on the historic manipulation of this area and changing drainage patterns, runoff from Jefferson, from surrounding slopes, et cetera. The lawn area has been present since 1938, at least, and based on historic aerial imagery. Looking at those 1938 aerials through the present, there doesn't seem to be any alteration or real activity or change in the orientation of that lawn area. But, unclear exactly what sort of manipulations took place prior to that, but it's been pretty status quo, at least in that lower lawn area sense.
All right. Thank you, Brian.
One final thing is that the resource area being listed as the IVW to the east across Washington Street, I think we need to double check that there's a hydraulic connection there, which would classify it as a BVW. I think given the variety, as you mentioned, the variety of hydrologic changes that happen over time, there's definitely a possibility for hydraulic connection between that and the other wetlands on site. So we should double check that for sure.
Yeah, I've been in that wetland across the street a number of times over the years. At least looking at aerial images, what may be seen as channelization is actually more deer trails within the interior. It's a pretty isolated, confined basin there.
Thank you, Brian. Joe, you had some comments or questions, and then I'll go to Maureen.
Yeah, Ashley, I agree with you. I like that they're going to phase the restoration of the bank, but I also feel like it's a carrot being dangled, and I'd like to see some of that start and then come back with the boathouse. Plus, looking at the architecturals, this boathouse dwelling is going to be around 28 feet tall. So it's, it's got some dimensions on there. And the other part is on the architecturals, and, Brian, maybe you can answer this. It looks like the boardwalk is going to meet with the first floor. And I'm saying first floor is the habitable space above the garage. So, that boardwalk, is that going to be the bottom of it? I forget the dimensions, 9'6", or top of that boardwalk. Is that going to be 9'6" from the bank going to the house? Because that's what it looks like the architecturals are showing, that there'll be a raised boardwalk from that. So I just want to clarify if that's going to be happening. I know it's an ACC issue, but I also think it's going to have some impact as well.
It's intended to be elevated. I don't think it's intended to be 9 feet off the ground, but I'll confirm that and get back to you. I mean, it was intended to tie in to the back of the structure, but I'll confirm that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Maureen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So going back to Mark's comment about the potential placement of this new structure to replace the existing garage, I believe, or to be using a different area on the lot. It was hard for me to see on the plan we have, what the other alternatives might be. And I know you mentioned briefly that that other place that Mark mentioned was the utilities weren't there, I think, and they are down where the existing, the planned building is. And so that was a reason, that was one of the reasons to put it there, if that's right. And I was just thinking more about a more robust alternatives analysis, because this is it's an unusual place. And also we have seen other things being labeled boathouses so that they could become water dependent. Now I know that's not an issue here, but I would really like that to be clarified, that this is is in fact a dwelling, and also I don't see that we have any real information on what that's going to look like, in that space, because we do have, as you know, we have jurisdiction over not only we have jurisdiction over the view shed for our excuse me, the resource areas, and I just don't feel we know enough about what that building's going to be as to whether it would give us any problems. And I really would like to hear in more detail why that structure can't be located elsewhere upon the property. So.
Yeah, if I may.
Yep, go ahead, Brian.
Thank you. So we had provided supplemental information in the March revised materials that provided a little bit more detail on the nature of the structure in potential wetland scenic views. Looking straight on, the structure is only 20 feet wide. And so, looking, with your back to the water, looking at the coastal bank, sitting on Jefferson, there will be, unobstructed sight lines to the coastal bank, and hopefully the commission feels that a restored coastal bank will be a little bit more aesthetically pleasing than the current invasives that cover the bank. But the structure itself is intended to be very natural. Building materials are going to be cedar shake, natural to weather. Something very similar to the other structures up and down the roads. And we had submitted a conceptual aesthetic of the boathouse that was designed back in summer of 2018. It's not current design, and that has yet to be done since. That application will be going before HCC, but the structure is intended to be naturalized and in keeping with the neighborhood.
Thank you, Brian. Yes, Maureen? You're muted.
Okay. But I guess I'm sorry, I didn't flip all the way back to the very end of the January submission. So I do see there's more information about the building itself. I was just checking that. But again, what I don't see a real alternatives analysis, and also Mark mentioned also we have or maybe it was Seth, the 2-foot groundwater waiver necessary as well. And so I would like to know if there's a place on this lot that would not have those, the need for those waivers. So I'd like to see that formally done, because I just don't see it here, and I think it's very important to have.
And point of clarification, if I may, you say formally done, I mean, it's provided in narrative form, but are you looking for maybe some plan renderings of different locations and why they may not be viable?
Well, Ashley, I'll go ahead. Because I didn't go through and see, something clearly labeled that. I was just trying to, pick up now on going back to the old one. And I mean, there's the statements that there aren't alternatives other than this project, but, to be more specific about, what was looked at and discarded. I guess I'm not sure that's there, Brian. And I'm sorry if I'm asking for something that you already provided, but I didn't see it there. So.
Yeah, it's sorry to interrupt. It is woven in there, but I think we can parse it out and make it a little clearer.
I would really appreciate that, because I think it's very important here.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Maureen. Mark?
Yeah, it's just a point of information for you all. We'll be putting the planning board into an impossible situation if we approve this, because a second dwelling is required to have a common entrance with the main dwelling. So it'll make them have to grant a waiver in some form or other to permit this dwelling to be built if we approve it.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, Mark. This is where we still need to get together with all these different commissions and committees and talk about these overlapping rules and regs. But unfortunately, we need to hear this just based on Conservation Commission regulations. And if we kind of throw a bomb at the planning board, they'll have to deal with that, unfortunately. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an additional question that I didn't realize when I first looked at the plan, but at the top of the proposed new staircase, there's a proposed 18-inch high sitting wall. And I'm wondering what the purpose of that is. The applicant already said that they would get rid of the previously proposed retaining wall that had been at the edge of the lawn there. So I'd like to see that also removed.
All right. Any final, Ian?
So it doesn't appear, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't appear that the sort of sketch of the proposed dwelling reflects that it's in the flood zone. And I share everybody else's concerns about calling it a boathouse and all the waivers. And then I have an additional question, which is for the plantings, is there going to be an erosion issue as the plantings are established? Because so how will that be dealt with?
Yeah, I'll answer last question first. So the reason why the restoration work is being phased is so we're not just denuding the entire area and then starting from scratch and potentially dealing with unstable soils. We're attacking the northern or the upper portion of the coastal bank first, to have that established while keeping the lower half in place and planting when appropriate. We will be utilizing erosion control blankets, biodegradable blankets as necessary to ensure slope stability. So, I mean, that is a critical concern and component of implementing the BMPs as part of the restoration. And to answer your first question relative to the boathouse renderings, Yeah, that was a sketch done again a few years back that didn't necessarily take into consideration what would be needed for flood zone building and building code requirements. But
If,
Yes, Ian?
in a sense, you're asking us for permission for an imaginary building. If not that I wish to be blunt, but so.
Is it more the architectural aspects or the flood zone compliant aspects?
Well, both, I would say. And I really, I have to say that I'm, how can I put it? We seem to have a lot of dwellings that are appearing COVID-like with a mask. Their mask is a boathouse mask rather than, you know, our standard cloth ones. But I think to call it a boathouse is, it should be removed from the application personally.
Yeah, again, the labeling was just intended to be more reflective of the intended use, not to try to fall under any bylaw definition criteria. And
well, with sea level rise, I take your point. It may well become one in a not too distant future, but
well, bigger problems if that happens.
All right. Any last questions from commissioners before we go to the public? Looks like no. Jeff, what does our public have to say?
I have a few things. I see that Stephen Cohen is on the participants. He sent an email in advance, so I'll let him speak for himself. But before he talks, I'll go. RJ Turcotte from the Nantucket Land Council again has some comments. And altogether, the commission does not have enough information on this proposed dwelling to make a decision. LEC does not specify where in the footprint the sediment was bored, and this is critical, given the resource areas bordering the property on each side. Oxbow Associates provided exact locations of their sampling on the bordering property, as well as detailed photographs, and the commission should request the same level of detail from the applicant. The new stairs proposed down the bank will cause far more disturbance than simply renovating or rebuilding the stairs that already exist on the property. Lastly, we agree with Oxbow Associates that based on soil evidence, the commission should look into whether the IVW flagged to the east of the property is in fact a bordering vegetated wetland. And that is the conclusion of his comments.
Thank you, Jeff. And then it looks like we'll go to Steve Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to, in this case, agree with basically a lot of the concerns raised by the commissioners that this project, although it's proposing a potentially robust revegetation, it seems to have skipped the first basic step of seeing if they qualify for building in the 50 because there's a reasonable alternative. This lot is an acre, just under an acre, and it has plenty of space up the hill that is not only outside the 50, it's outside the 100. So, I think that's a hard stop on whether or not we have any more conversation about whether or not they should be going in the 50, since they have plenty of space outside the 50 and outside the 100 up that hill. Secondly, this is not a boathouse. It's a cottage on which they intend to store a boat underneath it. It's a dwelling, and we should stop calling it a boathouse. The commission does not approve new dwellings in the 50 when there's reasonable alternatives that they could be outside the 50 ever. The applicant is also proposing a building that they're not showing you, and I think particularly in this case, due to wetland scenic views, the commission should be insisting on some parameters, if not a final HDC approved plan, at least some idea of what we're talking about here, because revegetating a bank and then blocking it with a 28-foot tall building is not an improvement to the wetland scenic view, in my opinion. We don't know about glass, we don't know about paint colors, we don't know about decking, we don't know about all kinds of things. The applicant is asking for the groundwater separation waiver and has provided testing data that's significantly different than testing data that was done on the abutting property, really only several feet away from the application. So there is no scientific possible way that data could be correct. And so it should be either confirmed by a third party or certified by an engineer or something like that. That data should not be relied on without sufficient evidence and confirmation. The application does not deal with what's going to happen with storm water runoff. It doesn't have a mitigation plan for connection to the sewer. It still has buffers, wetlands that are listed as approximate and estimated, not actually delineated, and in fact could be in different locations based on the groundwater level. I just don't think the applicant has even provided the basic minimum scientific information for the commission. And then, I also question whether or not there's a net benefit to the revegetation of a bluff, because you're essentially denuding the bluff in order to revegetate it. That is a lot different than invasive species removal. Secondly, some of the commissioners have pointed out that there's no planning board, because this is a second dwelling, it's going to require planning board approval. And I don't think that it is fair of the applicant to be submitting an application that is clearly not consistent with planning board requirements for driveways. Regardless, even if they can get a second curb cut, and I'm not sure that they can, they should at least be proposing something that meets the guidelines for backing out. Right now, they just have this little strip to back in and out, but that's not, planning boards require on-site turnarounds. And the reason why they're not showing you the on-site turnaround is because it would eat up a large percentage of the area that they're proposing to be revegetated. So much of their mitigation could not possibly be approved at the planning board level. So they should, even if they don't have a planning board permit, they should be applying to you with something that shows something that meets planning board guidelines. It's not that complicated. And the other thing is that part of the mitigation is shown on the abutter's property. They don't have any permission to apply to mitigate on the abutter's property, and yet they're showing that as part of their calculations. So I think if you take out the revegetation on the abutter's property and you take out the revegetation that couldn't pass planning board guidelines, their numbers change. So I think that this project is not only not ready for prime time, it doesn't meet the basic standards for moving forward under the fact that there are reasonable alternatives for the location of essentially what's a second dwelling. They want to have a second dwelling at the top of the hill. They can be outside of Conservation Commission jurisdiction or outside the 50 with no waivers needed whatsoever. And again, I'd say that's probably, they don't need to address all the other questions because I think that's the end of them. So, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Jeff?
I just want to make sure his video's been going on, I think, but Scott from Oxbow has requested a chance to make some comments as well.
Okay, is he?
He is on.
Oh, there you are. Hi, Scott.
Hi, how are you? Yeah, I wrote the letter dated April 10th and did the site evaluation of the adjacent parcel right before that on April 6th. And I wanted to ask if I could, either through the chair or directly to Brian, just about the soil profile. In the first report, you mentioned the water was below 32 inches. And then in this report that we just got the other day, which I assume is based on the same test pit or auger hole that you did, I just want to know the details of how you dug that hole and made those observations.
Brian, do you have a response to that?
That was an auger hole, and certainly I can follow up with Scott outside of this meeting on any details there.
Okay, so you just dug it down with an auger. I mean, because I think that we can, maybe the thing to do would be to just meet out there and dig a hole with somebody from the Conservation Commission, because we have quite the difference in observations of the groundwater. In my report, I show, a measuring tape down in the hole, and that's where the groundwater is. And I have a lot of details on the soil types and my observations. And I don't think it's really that manipulated in that area. I mean, yes, it's been a lawn since 1938 at least. I don't question that, but I think that the soil is relatively consistent across that area, similar to, it's been altered, but only by big storms that come in every once in a while, is my thought, which has been going on for thousands of years until they built a neighborhood there. And so that's one thing to consider when determining where the water is in a hole, is how the independent reviewers and the people digging the soil test pits measured that water. And then second, I have a question. There's been a little bit of talk about the flood zone and the structure itself, but I mean, I assume it's elevated up high above with what kind of pilings, or does it have flood vents in the side? We don't have any details like that. Do you have that yet, or is that still in the works?
Yeah, so Scott, we kind of as commissioners asked for more detail on that as well. So
Yeah.
it sounds like it'll hopefully be provided to us.
Okay. All right. So my main concern is the depth to groundwater, and make sure that that's complied with, since that's an important aspect of your bylaw.
Thank you, Scott. Jeff, is there any way staff can go out and confirm where groundwater is so we can kind of settle this?
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to. I mean, if people would like us, I mean, we can go select a spot kind of in the existing, the proposed footprint of the building. And I think we're happy just to kind of open up a little test hole and probably just put a measuring tape or like a little nice 6-foot ruler in and kind of mark it from there and just do a soil profile kind of similar to what's submitted. We're happy to do that if the applicant wants to send a representative. We're happy to have whoever wants to be there there, but we're happy to go out whenever.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. I think that it sounds like we should get that scheduled with the applicants and opponents probably.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we don't have to beat a dead horse here. After the meeting, I'll circle back with the applicant to try to set a date to schedule that. And then we'll coordinate that site visit with anyone who needs to be involved.
Thank you, Jeff. Joe, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I was just curious when the 2 test pits, or the test pit was reviewed first by Brian and then Scott. Could be the time of year, could also be high tide, it could be rain events that build up to it. So you can get some varying grades or elevation heights of water down there, and it really based on time of season. I've done a project up the street, and we had wells down for an entire year, and it was amazing how much that went up and down. And it was right next to the beachside hotel, so you're going to get that fluctuation. So I think there's some inconsistency from what Brian saw to what we've seen now, or what Scott has seen. It's kind of a natural event on Nantucket. So I think that the best thing to do is get all 3 people, Jeff, Brian and Scott together, and go take a look at it and dig the hole and say, okay, today this is this. But I think you do have to establish that, when Brian was there, when Scott was there, when we're all there together. So just knowing that there is a variable associated with that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any other thoughts or comments from commissioners?
I'd like a chance to respond at some point.
Oh, yep. Sarah, go ahead.
If this is the right time.
Yeah, I think this is the right time.
I wanted to say on the label of the structure, I mean, arose by any other name, we've never pretended that this was a water dependent use. That wasn't part of our application. I think Brian's been very upfront about that. And we can label it whatever you want. It may not be approved as a second dwelling at the planning board. It will have living space above, but maybe it will be an office or a studio if that's what occurs. We will have, if it's going to be a second dwelling, we definitely will have to go to the planning board. I disagree with what Stephen Cohen said about the parking. There's no requirements in that area for cars to have to turn around on the lot, and that certainly is not what would be proposed. We want the structure down at that level primarily because we're going to be storing our boats there, and that's where the boats are going to be coming from. They're going to be coming from the water. The way that the structure is being done is very similar to all the structures up and down Jefferson Avenue. And it's also very similar to a project that you previously approved, not this exact commission, but I know a number of you were on it. I can't remember if it was 72 or 68 Monomoy Road, where it was Mr. Cohen's project, where we had a similar situation with a bank that wasn't really acting as a coastal bank, but was in fact a coastal bank under our local bylaw. I'm happy to have Brian work with you on the test pit results. I do take exception to the tone that was used in questioning the integrity of his test holes. I think the work that he does is always appropriate and has a lot of integrity. And I wouldn't want anyone on this commission to go away from this meeting with an impression that he would in any way not report exactly what he found, exactly where he found it. I think the rest of it I'll leave to a response with further information for the next meeting, unless there are other questions.
I think so. Thank you, Sarah. So if there are no further questions from commissioners, Brian, would you like to continue this for 2 weeks?
Yeah, we'll continue for 2 weeks at this point, please.
Oh, Madam Chair, can I ask one other question?
Yes.
Could we have, for the record, because I don't think anyone stated, I don't think either Mr. Cohen or the person from Oxbow stated who they were representing. And I just want that to be clear. I noted that the Land Council didn't note that Mr. Cohen's client is on the board of the Land Council, and I think that is something that should probably be on the record as well.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Scott, can you tell us who you're representing?
Scott, you're still muted. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the next door neighbor there at 11 Lincoln, Peter McClawson.
Thank you. Stephen, are you representing the same individual?
If I got the name wrong.
So, yeah, sort of. It's actually several lots with several trustees, that are in my original letter, which I don't have in front of me, but it's several abutters with different trustees, but essentially the abutter at 11 plus other family lots, and that information has been provided in the original letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Ian, did you have a comment?
Well, I do, and Madam Chair, and with the greatest of respect to Sarah Alger, I just want to make the point that, when I go to row on the Charles up in Boston and take my scull out of the Union Boathouse, that is a boathouse. It's right on the Charles. I take my scull and I dump it in the water. This is not a boathouse, and the fact that you may be storing a boat in there does not make it into a boathouse, if I may make that respectful point to you, Sarah. So I would call it a storage area where a boat might be put in. Thank you.
So on the note of the boathouse, yes, it's an inappropriate term for that house, but they have stated that it is not a water dependent use. And I think we need to remember, and this is going to come off wrong, but the clowns that are buying houses on Nantucket and wanting to renovate their properties, they don't want a second dwelling. They want a nice boathouse. So that's the names that we get, unfortunately, for better or worse. It's probably the client kind of driving that terminology because they just don't get it for the most part. So it's unfortunate, but that's where we are. So I'm glad that they have stated numerous times that it is not a water dependent use on the record. And I think we as a commission might just have to get over that it's labeled that way. I mean, it could be labeled unicorn rainbow house, and it, doesn't matter if it's not water dependent.
Not to interrupt, I think for our purposes, all that we need to classify it as is a non-water dependent structure. So we don't really regulate use per se. So I think it's a structure, it's non-water dependent, and I think the record's pretty clear in reflecting that. So without using Ashley's maybe new terms that we'll catch on for Unicorn Rainbow House, I would say for our purposes, as long as we acknowledge that it's a non-water dependent structure, I think we're covered.
We're happy to do that. And for the record, I don't think my clients are clowns.
It's not this client, it's all the clients these days kind of fit under that. So Seth and then Maureen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think the question of the boathouse, as Jeff said, doesn't really matter. If the client is acknowledging it's not water dependent, and if we want further justification of that, if an order of conditions is granted, we can make a specific finding calling that out, saying it's not water dependent. So we have that potential to ensure that whatever it says on the plan. I was going to refrain from saying this, but I do think that I don't want it to seem like anyone was calling out Brian here for doing something that was potentially, bad work. I don't think, well, I certainly wasn't saying that. I hope no one else was saying that. All I was saying is that we know from the bordering property, the water and the depth of groundwater is quite different, and that there's seasonal variation and that we'd like it revisited. I think that it's not a matter of, it's just a matter of science, not a matter of whether we're calling out someone's work. And I also think that the fact that the abutter who's being represented by some people today is on the board of the Land Council is entirely irrelevant. The Land Council is a nonprofit advocacy organization whose job is to protect the public and care for the environment. And I don't think their board is pushing agendas based on their personal motivations.
Thank you, Seth. I think I'll go to Jeff and then Maureen.
So I just wanted to clarify for people just to make sure that they understood. So I think when we go out to review those soils, I think it's important for people to understand that when we evaluate those soils, we're really trying to also, kind of rule out seasonal fluctuations. It's the reason why we can delineate wetlands in April and delineate wetlands in December and delineate wetlands any month of the year. And we use set criteria, and groundwater is something where you can look at the soil and be able to, use the characteristics of the soil, whether it's, matrix color, models, observed groundwater, observed saturation. There's lots of different characteristics to look at. And we go to take that profile, whether by auger or by shovel, however we get that, we're going to kind of take a complete view of that from the surface down to, if we get to free water, that's great. You can kind of see and work your way up to, but we'll definitely take kind of a complete snapshot of that. And I tend to agree. I mean, I think all of the guys that submit work, whether it's from LEC or Oxbow or anyone that's been delineating wetlands for us, submits the information that they observe, and I definitely think they do high quality work. But I think sometimes everyone getting together and seeing it is also helpful too, because sometimes sites are tricky, and sometimes variations can be pretty abrupt and pretty short. I think especially anyone that's done soils work out in Squam and Nantucket can see that soils change really fast and can be kind of a hodgepodge depending on what's going on. So I think you guys have outlined good steps to do that, but I just wanted to make clear that when we go out and look for groundwater, it's just not, we found free water in our auger hole or our shovel hole at 24 inches on, September 20th, that's the groundwater level. That may be the case for that day, but we're also looking at other characteristics to determine what we, observe to be the regular high groundwater or seasonal high groundwater in that soil.
Thank you, Jeff. Maureen?
Yeah, through the chair, Sarah, I wanted to just comment on something you mentioned when and about this foolish structure, which I'm not going to call anything, but you mentioned that the placement was more convenient because of being able to take the boats back and forth, and that. But I just want to go on record as saying that I don't think that is relevant to an alternatives analysis, and the convenience or not of whether you can get out your boats or not is, I don't think it's very determinable, because if it were, it would be, you know, kind of a bootstrapping to water dependent, and I don't think you meant that, but I want to just clarify that to my mind, that's not that isn't relevant to any alternatives analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Ian, do you have a comment?
Well, I do, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to say to both Sarah and Brian that I have the utmost respect for both of you. I find Zoom difficult, and so I hope I haven't said anything that implies anything else, and that includes your clients, Sarah. So, you know, I try to just bring our role to the table and nothing more. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. And to follow that up, Sarah, I just want you to know I wasn't, and I kind of said this before I made my comment, I'm not calling your clients explicitly clowns. That came off wrong. I think in general, property owners these days are clueless towards the actual process and the terminology needed on plans. And I think I was just trying to highlight that discrepancy. So I have no judgment towards the applicant here. It's kind of a general statement towards again, the homeowners being very far removed from the actual process in most cases. So I apologize if that sounded like I was labeling them, because that was not my intention.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate all of your comments.
And at this point, if there's no other comments from commissioners, I think we're hopefully ready to continue this one.
Please, for 2 weeks.
Okay, so this will continue until October 1st.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that moves us on to Jeffrey H. Johnston at 131 Walwinet Road. And this is represented by Brian Madden and Don Bracken.
Thank you very much. For the record, Brian Madden from LEC Environmental. The proposed site is north of the Walwinet Inn. The entire property and surrounding areas are coastal dune and barrier beach. There are vegetated wetlands intermittently through the property, confined to shallow dunal swales. The project involves installation of a 10 by 20 foot parking space and some mitigation measures for that. The property previously benefited by a off-site parking space off of Walwinet Road located east of the existing dwelling. You can see that on the plan. That is no longer an available option. There's redevelopment going on the northerly abutting property that was approved by the conservation and it's currently under construction. So without the use of that parking space, we are proposing a very modest, small 10 by 20 foot parking space coming off of Great Point Road within the area west of the existing house. The proposed space occurs within the dune, within a highly fragmented, developed portion of the dune. And it does abut a portion of the existing vegetated wetland dual swale out there. During proposed work, we are proposing to have that area be encircled by erosion control fencing. And through some discussions with staff today, we'd be willing to propose a small berm around the perimeter of it to contain any potential runoff. But the space would be, infrequently utilized only for summer guests. It's not going to be a situation where a car is going to be left out there for any extended periods of time. And as mitigation for the proposed project, we're proposing to eliminate an at-grade boardwalk that extends north-south immediately west of the house. That goes through the vegetated wetland and a small portion of a isolated coastal dune elevated mound. And we're proposing to revegetate that with species found within the driveway footprint. Additionally, we're proposing to abandon an existing footpath, allow that to naturally revegetate. Again, that goes from west of the house out towards Great Point Road. And then the third mitigation measure is a proposed elevated boardwalk. That's going to be the fiber grate design with the 1.5-inch openings that allow 70% sunlight penetration. That is intended to be 12 to 18 inches off grade to allow for vegetation to continue to persist underneath. That will be supported with helical screws. There won't be any machinery within the wetland. It's all done with small equipment and or by hand. So we believe that the project has been carefully designed to avoid adverse impacts to the resource areas. BMPs will be implemented during construction to ensure that, and the proposed mitigation measures will provide a long-term net benefit to the resource areas. And I'll turn it over to questions.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions from commissioners? Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, Brian, is it just proposed to be a dirt path driveway, no like cobble apron or anything like that?
A pervious driveway, dirt or gravel, depending upon what the preference is with the commission. We specifically steered away from any edging or any other, hardened features out there. We are amenable to having a small little berm around the perimeter just to contain that area. But if there's any preference on the surface material, we're open to that.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I prefer not to see like a brick edging or a cobble or anything like that. Just naturally be better.
Yeah, nothing is proposed to that degree.
Thank you. Ian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Brian, call me hopelessly old-fashioned, but when it says here on the plan, it says any boardwalk height exceeding 30 inches from grade may require the installation of a handrail. Please tell me that there won't be a handrail necessary.
There won't be. I think that's just a engineer CYA note, but yeah, it's only intended to be 18 inches, 12 to 18 inches off the grade, very low slung, and with some of the surrounding vegetation up along the roadway, you probably wouldn't see much of it at all.
Thank you.
Jeff?
I'll just confirm, because we see these cross sections for these walkways a lot. That's just a standard note that the engineers put on there to protect themselves in case that for whatever reason it gets higher, that there's a note on there that a building code variance may be required or something is needed. So it's, yeah, I think Brian put it well, that it's just kind of a CYA note that's there.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts or comments from commissioners? I knew this was going to come up. I remember when the neighbor stole the parking spot from this house, and I said, well, we're going to see it back in front of us, and here it is.
Lasted a little while, but
Yeah, the only thing that makes me nervous about the location is the trustees are now telling people to air down, like further down the road. And I'm just worried about people like pulling off to the side and essentially widening that driveway to pull off and air down. And I just don't know if some sort of little sign can be put there, or the berm on the edges is significant enough to deter people from kind of widening the mouth of that driveway.
yeah, I think we'd be certainly open to some signage. We don't want people pulling in there. I mean, you have the little spur off to on the other side of the roadway. But yeah, we'd be open to signage and any other measures to deter people pulling in there.
Thank you, Brian. Jeff?
I know when we met one of the other folks that was working on this for the applicant, we had made mention of something similar, and even if it's a seasonal, like couple posts and a chain that goes across it that blocks people off from it, and then when they're there, they can take it down and just have a couple wooden 4x4s there. But I think that's something that I don't even necessarily think we have to condition that. I think just kind of saying we want to make sure that's there, maybe include some monitoring or something in the order would be sufficient to cover that.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts or comments from commissioners before we look at the public? Looks like no. Jeff, do we have any comments from the public?
We do, even though I forgot to make mention of it, is Burton Balkind wrote, I believe this property floods during rain and high water events. Is this being taken into consideration?
Brian, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, I mean, so we're not proposing anything that would restrict infiltration. I would think if there's any ponding happening, it's probably within the hardened road surface for Great Pond Road. So if anything, I think this may allow for some sort of a spillover drainage point that it's going to be a lot more infiltration at this point. This is not going to be the same surface as Great Point Road.
Thank you, Brian. Jeff, do we have everything we need to close this one?
Yes, you do.
If there are no other comments from commissioners, which looks like there's not, Brian, would you like to close?
Please.
Is there a motion to close? Oh, Mark? Did you make the motion?
I made the motion.
All right, Maureen, were you seconding?
Second.
Okay, so by roll vote, Neil,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Erisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
And that moves us on to Tina Eager McGoldrick Trust at 33 Quidnet Road. And this is represented by David Haynes.
Good evening. David Haynes for the applicant. And I'd like to state up right at the beginning that we are planning on continuing this for some plan changes that we're working on in conjunction with natural heritage comments. But we want to get any comments that we get from you to also put them on any plans that need to be done. This is a request to construct a driveway to an existing lot and an existing house. The existing driveway to this lot goes through the neighboring property right next to it and around, and the quality of everybody's life would be improved greatly. And if that driveway were relocated over to our own lot. The resource areas on the property there's a small isolated pond with a narrow bordering vegetated wetland associated and banks associated with it. We are proposing to come in with a gravel driveway. We were originally coming down the property line, but with natural heritage concerns, we are snaking it around and avoiding certain areas. We will be revising the plan to show fencing that the natural heritage is showing, and possibly some low retaining walls type structures to eliminate any kind of grading out towards sensitive areas. There is a silt fence as shown on the plan that will be erected prior to the commencement of work and removed after the work is complete and the site is stabilized. The closest point of the driveway is approximately 40 feet from a bordering vegetated wetland. So it's outside, and no structures will be inside of 50. So therefore, no waivers are required. Basically, all existing vegetated buffers, 25 will be maintained. No further intrusion into them will occur. Basically, that's my presentation. I'd like to have your input. If you want any changes, we will incorporate them into our plan.
Thank you, David. Are there any thoughts or questions from commissioners? Looks like, oh, Dave?
Just to be sure, you're ripping out the asphalt old driveway, correct?
I think they were leaving that in as an alternative. They weren't planning on ripping that out at this point, but if it were, whatever, that wasn't in the proposal.
Okay.
Any other thoughts or questions from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff, do we have any comments from the public?
Well, actually,
Ian?
well, I think Dave's brought up a really good point. You know, if they want to put in this proposed driveway, why not remove the asphalt? Or is that going to be considered too onerous? Because I would have thought it would be a distinct benefit.
I will.
Thank you.
I point well taken, and I will bring it up again with the applicant and discuss this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I would agree. Anytime we can remove asphalt from a site, we're doing a good thing. So.
I don't disagree.
All right.
I hate to be the wet blanket on this, but the area of asphalt on this locus specifically is well outside of jurisdiction. So we can ask, but we can't make them. So strongly suggest is a good choice here.
You mean wetland blanket, don't you, Jeff? Sorry, terrible pun.
It's not late enough in the night for bad jokes like that, Ian. Soon enough.
Getting close.
Actually,
David, yes?
well, the asphalt that's in that driveway is on the abutting property, but it is within an area of jurisdiction. It is within the buffer zone. I will bring it up with the applicant and the abutting property owner and see what their pleasure is. And if necessary, we will incorporate it into the plan.
Thank you, David. We appreciate it. Jeff, do we have anything from the public? Not on this one. So commissioners, do we have all our comments out so that David can come back next time ready to close?
Yes.
Looks like yes. So David, would you like to continue for 2 weeks?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this will continue until October 1st.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that moves us on to emeritus Ltd. at 73 Baxter Road, and this is represented by David Haynes.
First of all, I want to thank you for putting me close to two things together. So this is a notice of intent to relocate an existing garage, relocate and renovate an existing garage in the buffer zone to the top of the coastal bank on Sconset Bluff. The existing garage is inside the zoning setbacks. And so any work on it would requires it to be moved and meet zoning requirements, or else we would leave it where it was. The renovations include slightly raising of the roof and putting in a garage office upstairs. Basically the structure is the same size. There is a small deck that's a little bit bigger. It's all outside of the 50-foot setback. We have looked at the erosion rate on the abutting property, and it was 2.5 feet per year. This is done by survey from 2007 to, I can't remember the exact dates. But done by Paul Santos from Nantucket Surveyors, and we calculated that out, and that would put the 20-year erosion rate at the 50-foot setback. We are well outside of that, so no waiver is required. The foundation will be basically a slab on grade with frost walls and one small area with a crawl space. There would be some minor landscaping and minor regrading around the house, but nothing major. Basically, that is my presentation, and I open it up to questions.
Thank you, David. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Ian?
So what year was the garage built, David? And by moving it, does this remove any protection?
I don't know the date of the house or of the garage. It looks to be, I can't tell you if it's a pre-78 structure or not. The existing house was moved forward as far forward as possible on this lot to compensate for the erosion that had occurred previously. So I don't know that the answer to that question about pre-78 or not, and whether it's afforded any protection.
I guess my question, it's not a habitable dwelling, right? It's strictly a garage, and so as such isn't entitled statutory protection.
I would say that was true.
I can answer this.
That has the answer.
It is, Ian, it is definitely not a pre-1978 structure.
Thank you.
We tracked the date of construction somewhere into the early to mid 90s, so it was well outside of the pre-78 restrictions.
Thank you.
I asked the same question when I saw this too. And actually, by moving closer, I believe it would actually even forfeit its pre-78 qualifications, even if it were, but it's not. So I don't think we have to worry about it.
I know I saw Seth's hand up.
Jeff said everything I was going to say, so I don't have to worry about it.
And Joe, did I miss your hand up?
Yeah, my hand was up, but I, to Ian's point, I had watched this go through the HCC, so it is going through extensive renovation, and it's about 19, it's built in the 90s, so no protection.
I have to say, when I looked at this and saw any dwellings getting closer to that bluff, it made me incredibly uneasy, because we all know that that bluff is eroding, and it's probably not wise to be adding more structure any closer to the edge. but I guess that's the prerogative of the client. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Jeff, do we have any comments from the public? You're
We do
muted.
not.
You said no.
Yeah, sorry about that. I clicked on it, didn't go, but we do not have comments from the public on this.
Okay. Well, if there are no other questions or comments from commissioners, Jeff, do we have everything we'd need to close this one?
Yes, we do.
Okay. David, would you like to close?
Yes, please.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Ian. It looks like seconded by Joe. By roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much and have a good evening. Please stay
too.
safe.
You too, David.
So that moves us on to Abramson at 80 Millbrook Road, and this is represented by Mark Ritz and Dan Malloy.
Good evening, Mark Ritz representing the applicant for 80 Millbrook Road. Sorry, I am in a place where I have poor internet, so my video is not on. Hopefully you can hear me clearly. What you have before you this evening is a notice of intent requesting approval to construct a retaining wall, a pool, and a secondary dwelling, which will all be outside of the 50-foot buffer zone to a BVW adjacent to head of Hummock Pond. We are also proposing a little bit of grading inside the 50-foot buffer. No alterations inside the 25-foot buffer, with the exception of there is an existing footpath that goes down to the pond, and we are proposing to put in an elevated fiber grade boardwalk in the portion that traverses the wetland, and there is an existing path there. It's not a new path, so we want to comply with the regulations and have a elevated walkway access for that portion of the path. As I mentioned, everything is going within areas that have been previously altered and maintained as landscaped areas, and all structures, with the exception of that boardwalk, will be outside of the 50.
Good. Thank you, Mark. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like Ian.
I suppose when you're talking about doing work between the 25 and the 50, the grading, I would like to see sort of elevations and what it really entails.
We do have contours shown and in that area just to the north of the pool.
Yeah, I can see that. But I can't really see sort of what work you want to do in terms of actual grading. Am I missing something?
The heavyweight contours with the labeled numbers are the proposed contours that we want to grade, and the dashed contours underneath are the existing grades. So we're looking at, a couple feet basically.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff, do we have any comments from the public on this one?
Yes.
So RJ Turcotte of the Nantucket Land Council says Nantucket Land Council is concerned over the disturbance of this area adjacent to an impaired water body that experiences harmful algal blooms, and that based on their plan and narrative, we do not believe they are meeting the performance standard 3.02B1, which states 50% of the area between the 25-foot and 50-foot buffer shall not be altered. The narrative states upon completion of proposing landscaping, greater than 50% of the area between the 25-foot and 50-foot BVW buffer zones will be maintained as native vegetation. Much of this area is currently native and NHESP priority habitat. The intention of the performance standard, which the Nantucket Land Council proposed many years ago, is to prevent this habitat from being disturbed in the first place. The applicant must provide a revised plan demonstrating that 50% of this area between the 25 and 50-foot buffers will not be altered. And then he apologized to me for making me read all that, but that's okay.
Thank you for reading.
May I respond to that?
Yes, go ahead, Mark.
We can provide an exact calculation and an update. We're waiting for heritage review on this project anyway, so we're going to need to continue till the next meeting. But we can provide an exact calculation. What we have looked at so far, we have approximately 60 to 65% of the area between the 25 and 50-foot buffer will be native vegetation, will be, unchanged native vegetation after the work is completed. Right now, basically on the pond side of the house, most of that area has been altered and maintained as varying states of lawn. Currently, it's in slightly lower level of maintenance than it has been over the years, just because the property is on the market. But it has been maintained as a clear cut lawn area almost down to the 25 in front of the house. But as we move north, a lot of that area is remaining native, and we can provide an exact number, but it's approximately 60 to 65%.
Thank you, Mark. I think it would be great to have that on the plan too for next meeting.
We will do that.
Any other thoughts or comments from commissioners? Mark, just because you just mentioned it, so was the property owner allowed to maintain that area as lawn, or did they just go at it at some point with a lawnmower?
It has been maintained that I believe this house was constructed in the early 80s, and it has been maintained in that condition since the construction. And from what I can tell, that was part of, the rules were a little bit more relaxed back in those days. And I believe they were allowed to do all of that work at the time, all of that clearing, and they have maintained it since then, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there are no other thoughts or comments from commissioners, Mark, would you like to continue for 2 weeks?
Yes, please. Would like to continue to the next meeting.
Okay, so that will be October 1st.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So that moves us on to New England Development Commercial Wharf. And this is represented by Kathryn Barnicle, Mike Duffy, and Richard Bodette.
Hi, I'm just, oh, there we go. Sorry, it's a little bright. I had it all set up when the sun was out, so it's a little different. Oh, good. Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, hi, this is Katie Barnicle. I'm a senior wetland scientist with AECom representing Nantucket Boat Basin and New England Development. And this is a project of the repair and rehabilitation of the bulkhead at Commercial Wharf, also known as Swains Wharf. This is the wharf that's just south of Old South Wharf. And we were in front of you about a year ago to do the exact same project. on Old South Wharf. So this is fairly similar, although there's a few twists and turns on this one. It's a replacement in kind of corrugated steel sheeting right in front of the existing steel sheeting, which is challenged right now. And so we're putting the steel sheeting as close as possible to the existing steel sheeting to reduce impacts as much as possible. We're able to work on a design where we're as close as possible to the existing bulkhead. And we're also going to be replacing in kind the finger piers that are extending off of this to the northern side. The difference between this and Old South Wharf is on the northern side of Commercial Wharf, we have boats. On the southern side, we don't. We don't own the whole wharf. There are 3 buildings on the southern side that are not owned by Nantucket Boat Basin. So you'll see a little jog on the plan that's up in front of you. That does not include some of the buildings there. So we're working around that. The Meridian Cottage is the one that's kind of hanging out there all by itself. Wetland resource areas out here are land subject to coastal storm flowage, land subject to tidal action, land of the ocean, coastal bank, and land containing shellfish. We did do a shellfish survey that was included in the notice of intent. And of 13 test areas, we found 4 quahogs. So the soil is, the sediment is basically what you'd expect to see in an area like this, and it's not really beneficial to shellfish. Nonetheless, we did submit the notice of intent to the Division of Marine Fisheries, and we did receive a comment letter back, which I believe the commission has. And as we did on Old South Wharf, there's the in lieu of fee program through the Army Corps permit that we'll be getting. And so because it is land containing shellfish and there are some shellfish, we paid an impact fee to be allowed to work. So we expect to do the same thing for this when we go in front of the Army Corps for approval. The DMF letter also indicated a few things like the time of year restriction for winter flounder, which is January 1st to May 31st. And we'll probably be starting before that time, and we'll be installing turbidity curtains, which will create a work zone that won't affect the time of year. We can work within those turbidity curtains outside of that time of year restriction, as long as we're not creating sediment outside of that. So that's our plan of action right now. We're hoping not even to get into the time of year restriction, but we may have to work in there. The corrugated steel sheeting will be installed with vibratory hammers, similar to other projects. It's kind of the standard installation that's done. It will be, we will have work from the upland and from barges that will be brought in. And we'll be trying to work as much as possible from the upland areas, but we will have barges, and the Division of Marine Fisheries did have a comment to make sure that we won't put the barges where they could be grounded at low tide. And there's definitely enough room in here, or we'll move it out if we're in some close proximity so that there won't be any, excuse me, grounding of the barges. Could we go to another plan that gets closer to the details? Yeah, actually the very next one, because, okay, here we go. This is showing the northern side, the eastern side, and the southern side as it comes around the wharf. Commercial Wharf is mostly solid fill wharf, but then it continues on onto pilings. A lot of the buildings out there are on pilings, not solid fill. And this plan shows where it transitions. And because we have to repair the bulkhead on the eastern side underneath an existing building, we're going to have to take down part of that building to install the bulkhead and then rebuild the building. So you can kind of see to the northeastern corner of the solid wharf is to your left and the pilings are to your right. We're going to be taking down a portion of that building install the bulkhead, and then rebuild that building in kind. Same footprint, same everything. Because we'll be installing soil anchors, which are typically installed underground and perpendicular to the bulkhead, we run into conflict here when we have this eastern side. We can't kind of cross hatch the soil anchors. So what we have to do here is actually build a battered pile, which isn't just an angled pile that is angled toward the eastern side of the bulkhead. So that's one thing different that we're gonna be doing here. And that, I believe, is just underneath the building or under the pier there. So it's hard to see on this, but we need to install that there, which will provide the additional support. We will be just rebuilding the walkway around the work area, and primarily because we have a utility trench in there, and right now the gas line is located on top of a cap on top of the bulkheads, which is not preferable. So what's going to happen is before we put in the new bulkhead, that utility line, the gas line, will be moved to the underground utility trench with the other utilities. So that it can be easily accessible, and it can be taken away from all the activity of where the boats and the people are, which is it's safe right now, but this is a safer design for that. So that's the utilities will all be installed nice and clean into the trench. And as part of that, we have to take up some of the brick walkways that are in the work area. And when those are just going to be replaced in kind. And in order to improve on the stormwater runoff, it's just going to be made sure that the bricks are flat or pitched a little bit, because right now they kind of puddle, they've sunk a little bit here and there, and there's some puddling, which does not make for a pleasant experience if you're walking around the wharf. So that'll all be replaced in kind and maybe just fixed a little bit here and there. We also will be installing tide flex gauges for some of the stormwater outlets that are there. There aren't many, but there are a few, and we are going to be installing that. So we have looked at what stormwater improvements we can do, although it's really limited when you have an area like this. Let's see. So then as we go around from the eastern side where that batter pile is, and we take a corner to the southern edge, there is a bulkhead in front of the first cottage there. And then the next cottage, it's not grayed out, but on the plan that you see there, that's seawall. There's stone seawall under that small cottage. I think that's a end of the rope cottage, or number 5. Yep, number 5. And in order to keep the integrity of this repaired bulkhead, we're going to be continuing the bulkhead in front of that seawall. And in order to fix that that area where end of rope is, because the seawall has shifted and it has resulted in some of the material being washed out, we're going to have to move that building, take out some of the material, put in some geofabric, backfill, put in concrete tubes, supports, and then put the building back on. At the same time, we're going to rebuild the stone wall, but it's going to be built so that it can accept the bulkhead in front of it. It's going to be connected, and that'll tie the integrity of that whole corner together, the stone wall and the bulkhead repair. So there's going to be a little bit of work there because of the seawall repair and that one building that will have to be removed. We're going to have to demolish the decks that are there and then move the building off site to get that done, then bring the building back. And if you go back, Jeff, to the previous plan, you can see we're going down to the western side of the dock. Sorry, of the wharf. And right about in the middle of the lower part of this plan is the Meridian Cottage, or building number 12. This is also owned by Nantucket Boat Basin. And this has a stone seawall. And we're going to have to do the same thing here. It has, it is not in good shape right now. So the blocks have shifted and a lot of material. In fact, I think some of the blocks have collapsed under this building. A lot of the material is washed out. So we're going to be doing the same thing. We're going to be demolishing the decks, moving the building temporarily, taking out fill, putting in clean fill a geofabric, putting fill back, putting concrete pilings in, and putting the house back. In this one, we're going to just repoint the seawall and keep the seawall as is, but make it kind of rebuild it, but in the same footprint, in the same shape, with the same face, but it has to be rebuilt. And by fixing behind the seawall, that'll also help to keep the integrity of the wall in place. I know I just threw a lot of information at you. I'm sure there's questions and then something I probably forgot. So, but we are asking for approval through an order of conditions from the commission to perform this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners?
Sure.
Got to be some questions.
Wow. It reminds me of how little I know about so many subjects. And Kathryn, I mean, I if I may say with respect, the concept of nominative determinism with a surname like Barnicle, although it's not spelt quite the same, But
I should have been a shellfish biologist.
There we go.
But I went to the dark side, into the wetlands.
I have several questions just from a point of curiosity, actually. The fee you mentioned to the Army Corps of Engineers, is that substantial?
It might be in the $10,000 range. I don't know. That hasn't been calculated yet. We're impacting 640 square feet, and I apologize, I didn't get into amounts. We're impacting 640 square feet of land under the ocean, which is also land containing shellfish. The impact assessment, which is calculated by the Division of Marine Fisheries through the Army Corps permit, is based on that.
I might add, this is Mike Duffy for the record, for reference on Old South Wharf, the magnitude of that was around $16,000 or $17,000. So it would be roughly the same magnitude.
And where does it go? Just to a general fund, or?
The state uses it to enhance shellfish in other locations because, to create better shellfish habitat right in the near vicinity of the wharf doesn't make sense. That it's close to shellfishing. There's a lot of activity, so they take those funds and maybe they buy seed clams for someplace else or restore eelgrass. So they put it into their funds, and I think it's all online what those projects are. So it's a good program.
And I had no idea that flounders spawned in the harbor.
I remember someone saying they've never seen them there, but it's presumed habitat. It's presumed winter flounder habitat. So we have to assume that they will be there or are there. So there are those time of year restrictions.
All right. It's news to me. So, there are islanders who claim that the flounder north of Sankaty Light tastes better than the flounder south of Sankaty Light, but I have no opinion.
But not in the harbor.
Right. And then the other question, I'm just curious what an angled pile is and why. And it sounds as though it's hard to do.
I guess the technical term is called battered pile, but battered means angled. And it's just on that eastern side, because if you think on the northern and southern sides, where the bulkhead is, they're going to be perpendicular tiebacks that'll go across almost the entire wharf. But we can't put them through the eastern side because they will conflict with the northern and southern ones. I'm not an engineer, so I'm attempting to explain it as I understand it, and we can get you more information if this doesn't make sense. So on that side, we can't put in the anchors, or we're very limited of where we can put in these tie-back anchors beneath the ground surface. So we have to put that battered pile to hold the weight of the wharf together.
Yeah, Katie, if I may, I'll just add on to that. So typically a bulkhead system, in particular on Old South Wharf, we didn't run into this area. You have your bulkhead sheeting and then an angled tieback that anchors deep down on a plus or minus 45-degree angle deep into the earth. In the instance where Katie noted where what is now the ice house, where the piers start, in that instance, we can't tie back because we have direct conflicts on the north and south face. So in a very limited, I think it's actually just 3 batter piles will come in, and you're absolutely right. So it's a sheet pile, and then outboard of that bulkhead is a batter pile that anchors in. And the footprint of that will happen all beneath the ice house building. So it won't increase water sheet, and it'll actually happen all underneath the pilings and the piers that are there today.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And a very interesting presentation, Kathryn. Thank you.
There'll be a quiz at the end. Sorry.
So we're gonna go to Joe and then Dave and then Maureen. Got a lot of hands up.
Thank you. I was wondering where those battering stanchions were going to go, because I was worried about boats impacting, but I'm glad they're going underneath the building, and it makes sense. Two questions. One is Petrol Landing is going to get an upgrade soon. Are you thinking of somehow tying in, the wall in front of number 12 with that at a later date? Is that been in the thought? And then the other part was the tiebacks. Are they vertically? I'm sorry. Are they impact hammered in, or is it like a helical that gets screwed in? Just was curious.
Yeah, Mike, do you want a punt to Mike?
I will, as we're looking through, I'm not positive on exactly how they're driven, the anchors, and then specific to Petrol's Landing, we at this point only have the control up until the Nantucket Boat Basin property line. So we have not contemplated in this instance, we're effectively rebuilding the wall that exists today. It will be for the easiest way to describe it is almost like a pressure injected grouting that will just solidify that wall. Okay. So as it currently meets the property is how it would remain even after repair.
Okay, so it's something that maybe later on have to be addressed when the two projects kind of come together.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Dave, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Hi. I'm having a little connectivity problems. I keep going in and out. Joe, like we did when we did North Wharf, we drilled anchors diagonally behind the bulkhead. If the bulkhead wasn't, there were some sections where it's cantilevered and we used double whalers on it. But the anchors that are drilled, we typically put in cable and tension them and then pour grout in, like Mike had said. I did, and that's a typical situation for that. And I'm surprised that you're using a wooden batter on the exterior. It's you couldn't get away with cantilevered and double whalers in that location.
I'd certainly have to check back with the engineering team on the exact design for it. This was just given the location, and it's in an area that we actively have covered. There was no conflict or concern from their perspective, but I can certainly take a look and check into that.
Thank you, Mike.
Just curious. I'm sure they know their design is sufficient. I've done that work in the past, and I was just curious.
Yeah, sure.
Maureen, do you have questions or comments? And then I'll go to Seth.
Yeah, my question is somewhat related to what Joe was talking about. It was with regard to those properties that are owned by your client that The town has had troubles in the past when, different people are doing things that adjoin each other and aren't necessarily coordinated as well. So are you, what kind of, are you in touch with all those people? I mean, and Joe mentioned there's one of those properties, I guess, is going to upgrade themselves or do something soon. But I was just concerned about that you all keep, are you in communication with the owners of these other properties? And so that we don't have something where, they do something that could get in the way of your very comprehensive plan. So that was my concern.
Sure. Yeah. On behalf of the ownership side, we've done some outreach and reached out directly to some of the abutters. The south side of that, I think, is the area that is being repaired. I think Meridian being one example where it remains in that same footprint, same existing configuration. So we're a little less concerned about that end. It's how the other side meets. And I think the engineering team had designed it such that the seawall will be effectively repaired, and then the new sheeting will be driven directly in front, and it will tie back. Everything will be at the same height. Something will continue discussions. I think it took us, as Katie noted, we were in front of you, I think it was actually 2 years ago on the old South Wharf project. Took us a couple of years to make sure that was fully outlined, and we had all of the answers correct, and we're getting ready to start that work now. So I think this process will continue with the abutters, but the design has been outlined to have as minimal of an impact as we could along that south side where we don't own all of the land.
Thank you. I just have a follow-up question, Ashley.
Yep.
Well, actually, a separate question, or no, I'm sorry, comment. That the fact that you all in your plan have very specifically thought about resiliency planning and looking to the future, and you were very specific about that. I was very glad to see that because we so often see today people who apparently have forgotten that sea level rise is getting worse. And they're doing something that may last for a short amount of time, but it does seem kind of, frankly, insane to spend a lot of money on something that may well have to be changed or added to. So I think the fact that you are specifically doing this is not only good for your project, but it's a good example for other people who are doing things anywhere on the island where the dynamic processes are especially an issue. And of course, protecting the boat basin and all of that is vital to our life here. So I just want to say it was very heartening to see that. And thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, right now, we're not building those resiliency structures. Will come in front of the commission again. We'll coordinate. But the way we've designed it, they will accept the designs that we're thinking of around the building. So it's not in conflict with possible resiliency things. And we've taken that very seriously and done a lot of studying on that. So thank you. Yeah.
Seth?
Thank you. I was just going to speak quickly to Ian's point about winter flounder. It's a species that's known to migrate into nearshore shallow environments to spawn, and harbors and estuaries are known areas to provide resource for juvenile fish. So whether or not they're actually in Nantucket, I've never heard of anyone catching one here, but the area that this proposal is in would be suitable from a policy perspective.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah.
Thank you, Seth.
Thank you, Seth.
So I have a question that's probably going to be more directed towards Jeff, and it could be totally off base, but I am vaguely remembering conversations when Petrel Landing came in front of us about potentially contaminated soil in that area. Does anybody else who was on the commission remember that? I'm just concerned about that Meridian house, if they're excavating the soil and there was potentially contaminated soil, like where?
So the easy answer to that, Ashley, is the contaminated soil down in that area is pretty well contained within the tank farm and electric company properties.
Okay.
And haven't had any specifically out on the solid fill wharves or petrol landing, but the area of the tank farm and electric company definitely has some questionable soil at best in a few spots, but I don't think this project will impact those areas.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. I just couldn't remember where it exactly was, and the soil excavation made me nervous, but we're out of the area. Joe, you have a comment, and then Ian?
So thank you, because I was going to circle back on that. So many moons ago, when I was working construction, right to where am I going? The east of building number 12, I did help build the extension on that back deck. And when we did bore in or set those 40-foot telephone poles, pressure treated telephone poles, there was oil and sediment that came up. It's just over time, it's a harbor, it's going to have that. So I do think that we probably are going to have booms and et cetera all around this property, because no matter what they do, any disturbance, there is going to be some oil rising to the surface, and it can be easily contained. And I do remember that the boat basin had some squirt bottle, and there was microbes that came and ate the oil. It was really quick and easy, and it was pretty impressive, the system that they had. And I'm sure there's some newer technologies there that are available, but that was something of concern for petrol landing that I think we'll have the same for here. So thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Ian?
Well, talking about many moons ago, so as a teenager, I was working for Mike Lamb and Lyle Rickard when Barnicle was developing Straight Wharf. And when we were excavating, we hit a pocket that actually blew up. So it was absolutely oil saturated sand, and someone hit something with a pickaxe and went, and we all were rather startled. So there's definitely contamination down there.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Well, certainly from the water side, as you were saying, if, in the sediment, the turbidity curtains will be put in place before any work is done, and that will capture anything that's stirred up. And those are not taken out until there is no sediment in the water. That's clear. On the landward side, it's like any other project. If you hit something, you're going to have to deal with it. We don't have any information or anticipate it in these areas, but like you said on the other one, but we'll take care of that when we if that happens, and hopefully it won't happen.
Thank you. Dave?
Well, yeah, not to add to the time gone by, but I did drive the sheeting that your bulkhead is going to tie into, and across the Anglers Club in that area there. And it wasn't bad at all. With the turbidity curtains, the oil curtains, nothing got outside of that. And surprisingly, we thought it might be much worse to begin with, but it wasn't anything really to speak of. And Ashley, you were right. That conversation came up quite a bit during the petrol landing planning.
Thanks for confirming that. My mind was feeling very foggy about it all. Any other thoughts or comments from commissioners before we look to the public? Looks like no. Jeff, do we have anything from the public?
We've had no public comment.
No public comment. All right, so if there's no public comment, Jeff, do we have everything we need to close this?
If you guys have all the information, then we should.
Are we looking for more information, commissioners? Joe?
No, sorry, jumped the gun.
Oh. Doesn't look like we're looking for more information. So, Kathryn, would you guys like to close?
Please, yes.
All right.
The closure of the meeting.
Joe, are you making the motion?
Making the motion.
All right. It looks like Ian got the second on that. He just beat you, Mark. So by roll vote, Beal?
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I got to figure out how to hang up. Here we go.
It's down on the bottom right hand.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Take care.
So this moves us on to Ruth Connor Baltzer at 66 Hulbert Nominee Trust. Oh, excuse me. Ruth Connor Baltzer, 66 Hulbert Nominee Trust at 66 Hulbert Ave. And this is represented by Paul Santos and Arthur Reed.
Yes, thank you, Paul Santos, and I'm sure Arthur is also on the call. And also one of the property owners, Caroline Baltzer, is also, I believe, with us tonight.
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So this is Paul Santos on behalf of the property owner and applicant, Caroline R. Baltzer and Jennifer H.B. Simpson, who are trustees of the Ruth Connor Baltzer 66 Hulbert Avenue Nominee Trust. This is a piece of property in Brant Point located at 66 Hulbert Avenue. It's been in the same family for a number of decades. And it is a piece that is bordered on the north by Hulbert Avenue and the south by Wall Street. The parcel itself is approximately 19,300 square feet. So it's somewhat of an oversized lot in Brant Point. The resource areas that we have tonight are the entire property is located within land subject to coastal storm flowage. And we do have a unique situation in which there is a small isolated wetland that borders both this property and the property to the west. The isolated vegetated wetland was delineated for us by Brian Madden, and there is a report from LEC within the submittal. The rest of the area itself, again, is located within land subject to coastal storm flowage. So the application before you is to relocate a dwelling from 60 Wall Street, which is across the street from this particular piece of property. It's a piece of property that I came before you some months ago, in which we got approval to either remove or demolish the building at 60 Wall Street. So the application is to relocate that building to this particular piece of property. In doing so, we would be relocating an existing garage that is on this property from the Wall Street side to the Hulbert Avenue side of the property. And while that relocation does occur in land subject to coastal storm flowage, it is adjacent to Hulbert Avenue with a new driveway access. And it is outside. We have located that garage, that relocated garage, outside of the 100-foot setback to the isolated vegetated wetland. So the majority of the work I think that we'll probably focus on tonight is the relocation of the dwelling from 60 to 66, because that occurs in an area that is already developed. And it also is within the buffer zones to the vegetated wetland. The application itself before you, although not really pertinent, I guess, to your findings, just to let you know, is we've been before the planning board and we have received second dwelling approval for the relocation. In doing so, they also approved the secondary driveway access off of Hulbert Avenue for the relocated garage. And if you look at the plan that's in front of you, the relocated garage is located to the north with a new driveway coming in off of Hulbert Avenue. And again, that structure is located outside the 100, whereas a part of the driveway would be located within the 100-foot setback to the isolated vegetated wetland. The isolated vegetated wetland is located along the westerly property line, and it's to the left of that area that's highlighted in green on the plan that is before you. We also have received HDC approval for the relocation of the particular dwelling to this property. This came about when Carolyn found out that the work on 60 Walsh was going to occur in an effort to save that building from demolition, she reached out to the current owner and gathered a team to try to very quickly try to see if we could move this piece of this particular dwelling to this piece of property. So that's where we are at today. As I said, some of the permitting has been fast tracked through the planning board and the HDC, and now we're before you for the most part to deal with the resource areas that we're up against here. Jeff, if we could go to there's an exhibit which shows both let me see, Jeff, actually go down one, Jeff, from there. Well, let me go to that particular point there. This particular point shows the existing dwelling as it is now sitting at 60 Wall Street. The photo above that is a section of the existing garage, and it shows the vegetation to the west. The wetland occurs even further to the west of that particular photo. Jeff, if we could slide down to the two photos, one which shows, I'm sorry, up, I guess, on that right there. Down one, Jeff. I'll keep going and go right there. This, I think it shows best what we're proposing to do here. The photo or the plan on the top is an existing condition. That shows a shell driveway that comes in off of Wall Street, and it shows the existing garage. It also shows the 25-foot buffer zone and the 50-foot buffer zone, and basically depicts that the garage itself is completely within both of those resource areas, or the setbacks to the resource area being the vegetated wetland, the isolated vegetated wetland. So the plan is to basically take that garage, the hatched garage on the top exhibit, and move that to the area we previously spoke about on Halbert Avenue. We will then move the structure from 60 into the basically area that's already developed and will be vacated by the removal of the existing garage. In doing so, we'll create a smaller driveway off of Wall Street, and the dwelling itself will be modified to reduce the amount of structure that we now have within that area. When we looked at the first photo, you would have noticed that there was some significant set of stairways that came in off of the porch that wrapped around this existing structure. We are eliminating those stairways and in fact recessing a single stairway into the existing porch area to gain access to the dwelling. The dwelling itself is a two-story structure with a wraparound porch. And basically the dwelling essentially becomes the living area, if you will, on this particular lot. It's the structure itself and the porch really become the areas that would be accessed for indoor and outdoor activities. There's no plan to have any type of lawn or yard area. Its structure will be moved to the site. The driveway will be a modest single car driveway, and we will try to limit the amount of exterior work that is done in that particular area. We are in the flood zone, so the building will have to be elevated in accordance with the flood zone standards. The approximate area of this site is at about elevation 4. That requires us under the 9th edition of the building code to have the first floor elevation of this structure to be approximately 8.5. It will be a concrete foundation with appropriate flood vents for pass-through storm occurrences as would be required in the flood zone. The second photo there that has the green shading is basically what the proposed condition would be for this particular structure. In the packet is a benefits analysis with regard to the application. I want to leave the photos that Jeff has on the screen here, and I'd like to just walk through that particular benefits analysis and go through each of the particular items as they occur. So the net benefit that we are talking about when we're looking at moving the structure is we are removing approximately 100 square feet of garage will be removed from the 25-foot buffer zone. The building area of the relocated dwelling within the 50-foot setback will not exceed the existing area of the garage that presently exists within the 50-foot setback. And we were able to accomplish that by eliminating those steps and positioning the building on the site. Originally, we had submitted this. When we first submitted it, we had left the steps on there. We met with Jeff and Joe on the site. Through some comments that they made, we were able to kind of rethink how we would address this building on the site. And that's why we're now at this position where we've kind of done a zero increase, if you will, within the 50-foot setback. Approximately 320 square feet, which includes the garage location and the degraded area that is basically used around the garage, which when on that first photo, you saw like a strip of land kind of behind the garage in which they've used to access and maintenance the garage area. Approximately 320 square feet, which includes the garage location and the degraded surrounding area of the 25-foot buffer zone, will be planted with native plants already prevalent in the area once the dwelling has been placed in its permanent location. Planting in this area will eliminate foot traffic and other disturbances within the 25-foot buffer zone, and an additional 8-foot buffer will then be provided outside of the 25-foot buffer zone. Approximately 330 square feet of the 50-foot buffer zone will be planted with native plants, and a post and rail fence will be added along the edge of the proposed walkway to eliminate access to the area. So the way this site will lay out is the building will be relocated. You'll have the wraparound porch will essentially be the outdoor living area. You'll have a single parking area coming in off of Wall Street with a small 3-foot walkway that will go in front of the porch, provide access to the dwelling, and access an existing garden that the family has utilized for a number of years to the south of the existing dwelling. The area that you see in green would be basically the reclaimed 25-foot buffer zone and replanted area that I spoke about in the benefits analysis. That area itself and I've given up on trying to do plant identification and planting plans. So Chloe from my office has given me section 11 of the practices and alternative naturalistic style for plantings in Nantucket, which speaks to preferred plantings within buffer plantings. And she's got proposed here Arrowwood viburnum and winterberry within that particular area within the green, which is basically our reclamation of the 25-foot buffer zone, and then the location of the post and rail fence to have that area kind of reclaimed. And when you look at kind of the top photo and the bottom one, you can kind of get a sense of what this would look like pre-development and kind of post-development. We looked at the area between the 25 and the 50 and looked at the areas that are currently undisturbed, and we are not increasing that area under that 50% threshold. And in fact, when you look at the amount of area that we're disturbing within that 25 to 50, I believe it came to 20%. So we've met that threshold. We've reclaimed the 25. We still are having structure in the 50. And to that effect, we've asked for a waiver. But the area that is in the 50 now is no more than the area that is what would be in the 50 as proposed. And in fact, I believe if you look at the plan, the area that will be currently in the 50 is pretty much just along the front porch area and a small section of the what's proposed to be the existing dwelling. We do have our DEP file number. As I said, the ability here to save this structure, I think, is something that's positive. I know we've asked a lot of commissions here to look at a lot in a short amount of time, but Carolyn does have a time constraint with regard to the ability to get this building lifted, moved, and brought to her property in order to make this all happen. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Again, I focus more on the kind of the Wall Street side of this project. But again, happy to answer any questions that you may have with regard to the garage relocation onto the Hulbert Avenue area. The garage relocation to the Hulbert Avenue area is somewhat attractive to us because we can screen it from Hulbert Avenue. And it's also a single-story garage that does not affect anybody's view within that area. It's low-lying. It would be tucked into the natural kind of vegetation there, and it wouldn't provide any type of screening to the harbor from any of the properties on Wall Street or Hulbert Avenue. And happy to answer any questions that you may have. Carolyn's available, Arthur's available, and hopefully we can see your way to seeing the merits of this application and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners?
Just happy she's saving the building and she's moving the garage out of the 25 into the 50. I think it's a great project.
I agree with Joe, and I wish Ms. Balter every success. I think it's, and thank you, Jeff, for shaping it in such a way that, you know, I think meets the various criteria that we could approve, especially under the circumstances.
Mark, I think you had a comment.
I did. Paul, why wouldn't you tip the relocated house to be near the setback line so it would take even more of it out of the 25 to 50 foot range?
Well, Mark, we've got, because of the second dwelling rules for this 10-foot separation between primary and secondary, and basically the family's kind of, there's a significant tree and the garden itself has some sentimental value. What would happen was this ability kept that garden area, and it's kind of hard to see here, but if you look at the one drawing, you kind of see there's a couple of walkways that go into the garden area, and there's a pretty significant tree. And Carolyn, you may know the species. I don't.
It's a cherry tree.
Okay, we wanted to save that. It has some meaning to the family, and we tried to do it, to save it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Any other, Joe?
Yeah, Mark, I looked at that, and when you rotated it, it did, impact that, and that was a code violation. So I kind of thought that the way Paul laid it out was the best program. And I like that Jeff and Joanne said, to remove the stairs and insert them into the deck. I think is a nice feature.
All good.
Maureen and then Jeff.
I want to speak because it is really good to see this kind of the recycling of that house. So much of what we see are people trying to impinge for reasons which are hard to understand, and this seems to be just a great situation. I'm really happy to see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify Joanne and I's comments. Our comments were more related to Paul, not necessarily to recess the stairs in. Our conversation really related about trying to maximize that distance and minimize the intrusion into the 50, and suggested relocating the stairs and doing that. So we're glad to see that they did that. But that was kind of the tenor of our conversation, was obviously with structure inside the 50 to try to minimize it as much as possible and, maximize restoration area to try to get as good a project as possible, I guess.
Thank you, Jeff. Joe?
So was there a split rail fence that's going to go along the 25? Is that did I understand that right correctly, Paul?
Actually, what we've done is it's the 25 plus another 8 feet. And then the split rail goes right along the edge of the walkway that goes from the driveway into the dwelling and into the garden.
So you're just worried about someone cutting it or the mowing of it? Or what's
we just don't want anybody, we just want that to be the shrub growth with a split rail fence, and then there's no intrusion into it. And then that way we get, it's the 25 plus that extra, we're just trying to buffer that area.
Okay. I just didn't know if you wanted to do stones or rocks. I think if that was your way to delineate that line. just not to have that impact of a split rail fence was kind of my.
Oh, I mean, I just wanted to demark it and somehow, it's gonna
That's
be a shrub, it's gonna be a shrub line, quite honestly, so I just didn't want it to be become lawn.
Agreed. So I just we have to have different methods of delineating that. So I wanted to put that on.
And then I think, Caroline, I'm sure will seek the input of a landscaper, and I know she's already been speaking to some, but that is probably gonna have a little bit better idea than, what I showed, but.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Paul, I appreciate your explanation of the project tonight because I was very confused when I was trying to look at the plans ahead of time, and you really cleared it up for me. So I appreciate that.
I think we tried to make it a little bit easier after yesterday when we were meeting. I said, we got to make this a little bit clearer. So I think we did. So thank you.
Yeah, definitely. If there are no more questions or comments from commissioners, I guess we'll look to the public. Jeff, do we have any public comment? No public comment.
We do not.
Okay. So Jeff, do we have everything we'd need to close this one?
Yes, you would have all of the required information.
Okay. Any last questions, commissioners? Looks like no. Paul, would you like to close?
Yes, please.
Is there a motion to close?
Motion
Looks
to
like
close.
motion made by Joe, seconded by Seth. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Madam
Thanks,
Chair.
Paul.
Thank
Good
you to the
job.
board. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Have a good night. That moves us on to amended orders of conditions, and we have Gisela G. Leinhard at 11 Jonathan Way, represented by Jeff Blackwell, and I'm not sure if Paul is here as well.
Hello, Madam Chair. Jeff Blackwell for, actually the new owner now is Barry Ang, who's completed the purchase. The piece of information that I was trying to acquire for this meeting, and the hearing was held open 2 weeks ago, is the landscape plan. Unfortunately, the landscape designer was not able to complete the design. He is working on it. And I see that Jeff Carlson has appropriately included a condition that no construction will commence until a landscape design is submitted to and approved by the commission. I've reviewed the draft order conditions, and I think it very accurately reflects the conversation last week, and it is very detailed in its requirements for monitoring, and I think hits the nail on the head.
Thank you, Jeff. So Jeff Carlson, can we stop screen sharing? Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No
My
problem.
computer wanted to fight back there for a second.
Technology can be brutal.
It was very confused.
Yeah. Are there any questions or comments on this one? All right. I don't think there'll probably be any, but are there any public comments for this? No.
Oh, sorry. No, we haven't received any, Madam Chairman.
Okay. So if there are no comments, is there a motion to issue the amended order? Jeff?
Just on this one especially, we had a lot of questions about conditions for this.
I think it would be a better process. So normally we just close and issue these. I would suggest closing the hearing, and then we can discuss the draft order and then vote on that order to issue it.
Okay, so does someone want to make a motion to close the hearing, and we will look at the draft order during draft orders? Mark? Oh, you're muted.
I have a question before that, if I could, Madam Chair, and that is, in the suggested order of conditions, they have mentioned, I think Jeff mentioned no utilities may run down to the patio area.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
I believe so. I haven't looked at it closely. Jeff?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if you want, I would just take that vote to close the public hearing if people have information, and then we can go right into discussing that order of conditions.
Okay.
Okay. So is there a motion to close the hearing? Motion made by Dave. Is there a second? Seconded by Maureen. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, so that carries unanimously. And Jeff, your recommendation is to look at the draft order now?
Yeah, we can just do it now. It's fine.
Okay. Do you want to pull it up on the screen so everybody has a share, or do we want to pull it up on our own? There it is.
Everyone see both pages?
Yes.
Or enough?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want me just to run through some of the highlights really quickly?
That would be great, Jeff.
All right, so after the overview, so kind of to run through the real pertinent conditions here are conditions 22 through 36. And so we've asked that prior to the start of work, the contractor and landscaper shall provide their contact information to the commission to have on file. Prior to the installation of the path, patio, and 10 by 20 structure, the applicant and appropriate parties shall meet with commission staff on site to review all protocols for construction and installation in these areas. 24 is that all materials be transported by hand for that 10 by 20 structure. And then 25, the footpath shall be maintained by hand or push mower only. 26, the path shall be marked every 10 feet with the permanent marker on the wetland side of the path. In other areas, permanent markers shall be installed to mark the edge of brush sufficient that one can be seen from the other marker to ensure that no encroachment occurs into natural areas. 27, no utilities are permitted within the path, and the 10 by 20 structure shall not be serviced by any utilities. 28, this is kind of to Jeff's comment. Prior to the start of work, a final landscaping plan shall be filed with the commission as a minor modification or amended order request. 29, all landscaping shall be native species with no cultivars. And then some of the rest of these are standard for a bit. There's our new soil test for fertilizer, and fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides are required to be reported with the license of the applicator. 31 is new for this one. It's, no irrigation system is permitted by the order. Should one be requested, it may be included in the required minor modification or amendment request for the landscaping plan. At a minimum, all irrigation heads shall be shown on that plan and shall not spray inside the 25-foot buffer zone and shall be directed away from any resource area. Our lighting condition, and then 33 through 35 relate to the dip pool. And then 36 is just that a yearly photograph shall be filed with the commission by December 1st of each year, clearly showing the condition of the path and all other natural buffer zone areas at the beginning and end of each growing season. So I've put all the reports to be due on that same date for December 1st. But that is kind of what I came up with based upon our discussion.
Thank you, Jeff.
I'm happy to take additions or edits too. So
Well, that seems pretty comprehensive. The only thing you've left out is whether or not they could use sheep for the path. So I think you've done a very good job there, Jeff. Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure I reviewed the minutes and just wanted to make sure I encapsulated everything, and had kind of triggers to bring them back if necessary, but also good on-site oversight from our end.
Yes. Are there any other thoughts or comments on this one? If not, is there a motion to issue the order?
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And that moves us on to Trevor and Margaret Price at 10 Long Pond Road. And this is represented by Brian Madden.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I'm recusing myself from this application.
Okay, thank you, Maureen.
All right.
Thank you. For the record, Brian Madden, representing the Prices. The proposed project is the after-the-fact approval of 2 solar panel arrays within an open clearing north of the garage and abutting the existing leach trenches. The existing arrays are both outside of the 50-foot buffer zone and outside of the floodplain. Prices had hired a company to install the panels and thought that they had all the permits in place. And this wasn't found out until we were coming in to file a certificate of compliance request. But we have since now filed the amendment request to include the panels. And I'll turn it over to questions.
Thank you, Brian.
Well, it looks like they put them in the best place.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, they got pretty lucky.
Thankfully, yeah.
I agree with you. So any comments or questions from commissioners? I mean, I have to say, I hate to see work done without a permit, but I'm so happy to see solar panels being put on the property. So totally outweighs it.
Just real quickly, and not to slow us down since it's already late, we actually had a really big debate in the office of whether to issue certificate of substantial compliance, given that it was just solar panels. But given that we've had to permit solar panels separately, we decided to have them come in as an amendment. So I hear you, Ashley, kind of in the same position. So
if there are no, Ian?
Yes. So, Madam Chair, should we have a nominal fine of $0.01 under the circumstances? I mean, what can I say?
Such a grumpy old dude. Calm down. Relax.
Curmudgeon.
Is there a motion to issue the amended order?
Also move.
I'll second it.
All right, seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, so that carries unanimously with Commissioner Phillips recused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And that moves us on to August Point LLC at 7 Wall Street, and this is represented by Jeff Blackwell and Arthur Reed.
Hello, Madam Chair, Jeff Blackwell. It was noted that there were some minor departures in the finished project, departures from the original order of conditions. And those, the major or the departures were the construction of 2 dry laid bluestone patios to the southern part of the building, and also the installation of individual stepping stones connecting the driveway area to the patios in the area to the rear of the house, the east part of the house. Originally, there were several downspouts that had not been run into subsurface drainage, and that was just remedied. The completion of that fix just took place earlier today, and pictures were sent to me that shows that all the downspouts are now directed to subsurface drainage. The only other difference is there was a slight mixing of features within the footprint where a porch was called for, a deck was constructed, and just very minor footprint change. The wetland resource here is a land subject to coastal storm flowage, so the variations to the that were constructed are not impacting the coastal storm flowage area. And the shed was actually constructed somewhat smaller than approved. So the sum of these features rose to the level of dealing with them with a request for an amendment instead of minor modification. So that's what we have presented.
Thank you, Jeff. It looks like, Joe, you have a question?
Yeah, Jeff, how was the stone patio laid?
It was laid, it's not a cement bed or cemented joints. It's stone dust as usual, bluestone dust. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Jeff, do we have everything we would need to issue the amended order?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Is there a motion to issue the amended order? Motion made by Dave. Is there a second? Seconded by Maureen. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously.
thank you very much.
Thank you. And that moves us on to Height at 20 Western Ave, and this is represented by Jeff Blackwell.
Madam Chair, I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Jeff Blackwell, for the new owner, Mr. Height. This property came before you under the previous owner's name, Jim Mullen. And for that project in the current order of conditions, there's a septic system repair. A new IA system is going to be installed, and a excuse me, a bluestone patio was approved also in the lawn area just to the south of the house. So the property is transferred ownership, and the new owner would like to take what is currently a brick patio and convert the portion of that brick patio that is beyond the 50-foot no structure setback into a wooden deck, which will join with the existing wooden deck on the south side of the building. The only other change further back from the wetlands is he wants to convert the trash bin into a shed, 7x12 shed for storage of bikes and beach equipment and so forth. That additional structure is approximately 70 feet away from the resource area. So it's conversion of a brick patio to deck and construction of a shed addition, which will be attached to the house. I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff Carlson, do we have all the information we would need to issue the amended order?
Yes, you do.
I do have a question about,
Ian?
rain runoff on the stone patio. So what is it?
Well,
Yeah.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Jeff.
The stone patio permit was issued for that. It will also be a dry laid stone patio, bluestone patio. The current owner has not expressed any desire to actually construct that. I think Jim Mullen, as he was preparing to sell the property and had to deal with the septic system, he kind of threw in the bluestone patio as something that a future buyer might want to build. And in this case, Mr. Height has shown no interest in doing so. It's sort of a remnant of, it's a viable element of the permit, but I don't expect to see that actually constructed at this time.
Does that answer your question, Ian?
No. With respect,
I'll never answer a direct question, just so you know.
I mean, am I the only one slightly concerned, as to what might happen?
Is your question specifically about runoff?
Yeah, and
Oh, okay.
And how is it going to be addressed?
Well, if an additional condition is appropriate to add at this time, that condition might be that the patio would be pitched to the east and west, not north to south, so that any runoff would be directed not toward the coastal dune, but to the lawn on the east and west sides of the patio. I mean, that's one thing that could be done very easily.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff, do we have everything we would need to issue the amended order?
Yeah, just to clarify, if you're looking to issue, are you looking to issue with that condition that any stone patio be pitched away from the resource area?
Please.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be good. It looks like Mark is shaking his head yes as well.
Yeah, then if you just make a motion to close an issue as amended, I think that'd be fine.
Okay.
So moved.
All right, is there a second?
Sure.
Seconded. I think Seth got you guys. Seth gets the second.
Thank you.
So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham. Oh, he's recused, right? There you go. All right, so this carries unanimously with Commissioner Topham recused.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to Nator LLC at 34 Duke Road, also represented by Jeff Blackwell.
Hello, Jeff Blackwell again for the applicant. There's an order of conditions that was issued in 2019 for this project. And there was there's what is proposed, there's some slight adjustments to that permit. The house and porch on the Dukes Road wetland side of the property is, the house is actually going to be pulled away by about a foot from the wetland boundary, as well as the proposed retaining wall is going to stay where it is. But what has been added is some porch on the west side of the structure, and that porch is well beyond the 50-foot no structure setback. So there's been some fine tuning to the project. The pool and a future shed currently approved is going to be actually pulled further away from the wetland as well. The element of the new porch on the west side is new structure, which made the filing of an amendment appropriate.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff Carlson, do we have everything we need to close an issue?
Yes.
Is there a motion to issue the amended order?
So moved.
Motion made by Maureen. Is there a second? Seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Jeff.
So that moves us on to public meeting requests for determination. And we have Nantucket Memorial Airport at, that doesn't seem right, 33 Squam Road. Represented by Kevin Green, I think that said.
That is the correct address.
That's the outer marker probably, isn't it?
Yes, so this is Kevin Grant. I'm a environmental engineer with the Federal Aviation Administration, and that is our outer marker site on 33 Squam Road. And it basically was a navigational aid for Nantucket Memorial Airport runway 24. This technology is outdated and we no longer use this system. So we are looking to dispose of the facility. This site is about 0.63 acres, about which only about 0.17 of that is cleared for our use. This site contains an outer marker equipment shelter, an outer marker antenna, a compass locator antenna, copper ground radials, which are basically 4/0 copper cables that are in the middle of the COMLO antenna, which is just 2 wood utility poles. And in the center of that, buried underground in a basically spoke-like pattern, is the ground radials. And then power and control cabling for the site. This outer marker site is located within the buffer zone of a shrub swamp wetland. We believe that basically with the installation of straw wattles along the southwest corner of the site, we can control any runoff that would be created from the disturbance of taking this building and the antennas out. Typically for this type of project, we would use a small mini excavator with 1 operator and 1 laborer. And for this site, it would probably only take them 1 day to complete. We are seeking permission to proceed with the work. I'll open up to any questions.
Thank you, Kevin. Are there any questions, Ian?
Sure. So are you planning to donate it to the Smithsonian?
I believe they have asked the Smithsonian if they'd like any outer marker equipment, and the Smithsonian declined. So I don't think they'll be getting this.
They're lost.
Yeah.
Joe?
Will the lot just go wild again, or what's going to happen once everything's done?
So as everything is removed, we plan on just letting the native vegetation recover. As far as the site itself, it is an FAA owned site. So what happens to it will be up to the realty contracting office, the FAA. So I can't speak directly to it. However, I can tell you with past sites that I've worked on where it's been FAA owned, what has happened is they turn it over to GSA, or Government Services Administration, and they would basically auction it off on their website. Again, I can't speak specifically for this site. That would have to come from our real estate department.
Yeah, I was just more worried about if it was going to get maintained, cut, but if you're going to let the vegetation.
Yeah, it would just,
go back,
yeah, we have no intention of doing anything except letting native vegetation grow back.
Okay.
And of course, we leave
Future,
in there until that establishes.
future 8-bedroom home, cottage, pool, and cabana.
I thought maybe a boathouse.
Oh, someone's been paying attention.
Yeah, I've been on the whole time.
Wow.
There will be a quiz at the end of this meeting.
I think Kevin's done fine.
Our government at work.
There you go.
Stay noble, kid.
Boy, are there any other questions or comments from commissioners?
Yeah.
Jeff, have you or a staff been out to look at the site?
Yeah, and we would recommend a -3 to allow the work without a notice of intent.
All right. Is there a motion to issue a -3? Motion made by Seth, seconded by Joe. By roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
Fleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank you,
Thank you very
Kevin,
much.
for sticking
Thank you.
around.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
Thanks, Kevin.
So that moves us on to Daniel W. and Linda C. Cummings at 36 Crooked Lane, and this is represented by Art Gasparo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm before you tonight for essentially a landscaping plan within the buffer zone to border and vegetated wetland and an isolated vegetated wetland. There is an order of conditions for this property, which is where you may be familiar with it, that had allowed for the installation of a sewer line over to serve the adjacent property, grading, and it really had allowed for grading and wasn't specific as to how the site would be finished. So, and that was issued to the adjacent owner. So we decided that we should come in just to make sure that it's clear what we're proposing to do, is either within the scope of that other permit or is found by the commission to not require a separate order of conditions. And that is to finish the driveway and do the planting per the plan that's before you. There'd be a split rail fence installed, which would help delineate the limit of activity on the site. There's no waivers required, obviously, given that it's an RDA. We've maintained the greater than 50% undisturbed area between the 25 and the 50, as well as maintained the 25 undisturbed. So it's really just a planting plan with all the species that plan has been prepared by Elizabeth O'Rourke. And that's, I think, the extent of the application before you.
Thank you, Art. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one comment from the planting plan. There's a Festuca ovina listed on there. That's sheep fescue. That's a non-native. The Festuca rubra, that's native. So if they could just use that one instead, that'd be great.
Sure, we're happy to strike the one above you said is the non-native.
Ovina.
Ovina. Sure, I'll be sure to let Elizabeth know, and she could modify the plan if that's okay with the commission.
Thank you for catching that, Seth. Jeff?
Yeah, I was just gonna say from our staff end, we're gonna recommend a -3, and I think we could simply say that they're issued a -3 to allow the work without a notice of intent, while striking Festuca ovina from the planting plan. There's a little space to condition that.
Yeah. Does anybody want to make that motion?
So moved, Madam Chair, to approve as modified.
All right. Is there a second? Seconded by Seth. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. Thanks, Bart.
Thank you.
And that moves us into certificates of compliance. Jeff, I'm assuming we're going to take these together, but we have E. Garrett
Yes.
Bucas. And I missed the address because it went off my screen.
67 Squam.
67 Squam.
This is with Art.
So, Madam Chair, I'm here for both of these, and one of them was for putting a foundation under the house and a small addition, and then some plantings along the in the buffer zone along the edge of the lawn area. The work associated with that for the foundation and the addition did not occur. However, the plantings were installed, and that reduced the lawn area along the edge of that the vegetated wetland. And so we've requested a certificate of compliance based on a partial of the work being done. The other order of conditions was for the pool, and that was constructed in accordance with the order. And so we would ask for the certificate to be issued for that project.
Thank you, Art.
Yeah, our site inspection, we would concur with that assessment.
Okay. Are there any questions from commissioners, or is there a motion to issue the certificate?
Motion to issue.
Is there a second? Seconded by Beal. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, Art.
Thank you.
And that moves us on to Arthur Reed Jr., trustee at 47 Monomoy Road, represented by Paul Santos and Arthur Reed.
Thank you, Paul Santos, for the applicant. This was a order of conditions for the construction of a spa and a shed with some retaining wall work at 47 Monomoy Road. Work has been done and completed in compliance with the original order and your certificate of compliance.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, we've inspected the site and we agree that it's in compliance with this permit.
Okay, awesome. Are there any questions from commissioners? Jeff, can you stop the screen share so I can see?
Sorry. I forgot again. I'm not rusty. Joe always does it and she's not here, and I just am not as good as she is at it.
You're a horrible Vanna White.
I like to think of myself more as a Pat Sajak, so that's, that's okay with me. Real quickly on this though, is I would recommend carrying forward the conditions that relate to the pool.
So are there questions from commissioners, or is there a motion to issue the certificate carrying forward the conditions that relate to the pool?
Motion to issue the pool conditions.
I think I'm going to give it to Joe. Who gets the second, though? Let's go for second.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Dave can have it.
All right, it's going to Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, Paul.
Okay, thank you.
It looks like you're back for the next one. So next one is Beech Nut LLC at 1A Crow's Nest Way, represented by Paul Santos and Arthur Root.
Thank you again, Paul Santos from Nantucket Surveyors. This is a order of conditions that was issued for 1A Crow's Nest Way, which was the former property owned by Glede Mary Ann Thompson. The order permitted the removal of a structure and deck that was within 50 feet of a coastal dune, and the redevelopment of the lot to include a dwelling, secondary dwelling, renovated septic system, pool, and a garage, I believe. All the work has been done in compliance with the original order. This does have a pool, so I'm assuming you would be carrying forward some conditions with regard to that also. And that's it.
Thank you, Paul. Jeff, have you guys been out to the site?
Yes, we have been. We did take a look. We had one little adjustment with the vent pipe that they were able to complete today to get it all dialed in. So we're happy to recommend the issuance of certificate of compliance with condition 19, not allowing for the pool to be discharged to an area of commission jurisdiction, and 21, that all the exterior lighting be directed downwards as ongoing conditions.
Thank you, Jeff. Would anybody like to make that motion? So to issue the certificate with ongoing conditions 19 and 21?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I think Joe got you. I know. So by roll vote, Beal,
Yeah, I guess.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And that moves us into orders of conditions. I know Jeff sent these out earlier, and I think we're going to start with 131 Walwinet Road, Jeffrey H. Johnson Trust.
Yes, give me just one second. I apologize. So hopefully everyone has these because it's a lot easier for me to do without sharing my screen. So
Yeah, I think hope everyone can pull it up from their email.
I just have to navigate to where we are going. And real quickly, just to discuss, since we did close it, did anyone have any conditions or thoughts on the town pier project?
No.
Here.
All right. I will come up, try my best to get some stuff for that then.
Any flounder to be thrown into the communal pot.
So
We gotta do a taste test.
You guys are going to be hungry. All right. So on the 131 Walwinet Road, I just had a photo monitoring condition for those areas. And then that condition 20 that Brian mentioned after he and I had talked about it for the vegetated berm to kind of go around that parking area to direct any runoff back to the road or buffer zone to the south. So not into the resource area. Just trying to make sure any runoff from the road or cars or something was going somewhere else other than the resource area.
So, Madam Chair, there's
Yeah.
an unusual spelling of existing on the first line of permit overview.
Existing? All right, I have fixed that, but thank you, Ian.
Oh, you're welcome.
Seth?
Yeah, we talked about putting up signage or temporary chain fencing to make sure that people weren't driving into that parking space.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea. Respectfully, you're more likely to have somebody drive over it.
So no sign at all, or no
Yeah,
fence? No-
I don't think it. I mean, I understand Ashley's concern. I'd like to think that people who go out there pay attention. So I just, I guess signs can, unless they're carefully worded, with a please and thank you, tend to get the wrong result. So that's just my opinion.
Yeah, Ian, truthfully, I was a little worried about that. Like if someone puts a private sign, some people don't like that.
Right.
But in traveling out there this summer, the airing down has really become quite an issue. And with the trustees actually encouraging people to air down in that area. I don't know, Jeff, maybe we can put a condition that in the next 3 years, if it's noticed that there's destruction to the end of the driveway, that they come back in to remedy that? Or do we just want to leave it alone?
Well, just to do that, why don't we just add to condition 19 that the applicant shall provide yearly photographs of all restored areas, the driveway area, and the area around and beneath the fiber grate, and then will send us pictures of it. And if it looks like there's a problem, we can simply just have them come in.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, in my experience of going out there several times this summer, people were definitely pulling into driveways when there was cars trying to pass in both directions. They shouldn't be doing that, but they are doing that.
Yeah, they may not want people in their driveway either, so they may take steps on their own. So,
Seems crazy that they're having people air down later instead of in the parking lot where someone wanted to get clipped.
It was probably more because of COVID, but it really got all spread. Everyone was everywhere. Is there a motion to issue as amended? There's no other comments.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And that moves us on to Tina Eager McGoldrick, trustee at 30.
we didn't actually end up closing that, Madam Chair, because Natural Heritage reared their head. So we were ready, and then they stopped us. So
On everything. My brain is gone after teaching on Google Meets all day and now being into hour 4 of this. So
Pretty well, Ashley. We're doing pretty well.
we're gonna have to get you some of those special blue glasses.
yeah, I'm seeing the eye doctor next week actually about this.
We're in hour 5, I should mention, Ashley, actually. We're in hour 5.
Yeah, past hour 4. Yeah, that's what I meant. All right. So are we
All the
at
same.
73 Baxter?
73.
So Emeritus Ltd at 73 Baxter Road.
Yeah, so really quickly, just to kind of run through, I didn't really have any conditions, but I did specifically, Ian, call out an additional finding number 2 that the garage is not a pre-1978 structure.
Thank you, Jeff.
We know that those things tend to show back up over time. So,
They do indeed.
it was like the first thing I looked at on that application. I was like, I'm going to find out for sure. So that's what we did.
Any other thoughts or comments from commissioners on this one?
Move to approve as drafted.
Did we need to amend for something that Jeff put? Or I'm just losing it. So motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And we did 11 Jonathan Way already, so that's nice.
Yep. Yeah, so I have one more left that I forgot to include, but really quickly, as we close the commercial wharf bulkhead replacement, did anyone have any thoughts or concerns or outside of just turbidity curtains and normal siltation protection things? Anything specific people thought needed to be included?
Not that I thought. Any thoughts from anybody else?
No.
Great.
And then the last one, sorry, I have one more to share because I was a fail and didn't manage to get this one into the packet like I usually miss one. So I did have the order for 66 Hulbert. That's there. So the conditions I had was that all construction materials be outside the 50. The plantings are all native, and then kind of our yearly photo monitoring condition that's there. Does anyone else have anything else they wanted to add? This was the Paul Santos relocation project from across the street.
Go for it.
Yep, I like it.
Yep.
All right. So just need a motion to issue it. then.
Good order.
Yeah, so Ian's making a motion to approve as drafted. Is there a second?
Second.
So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. And does that bring us on to Trevor RP and Margaret Ann B. Price at 10 Long Pond Drive?
No, we've already issued all of those. I sent the amended orders today too. That's where I got all bollocks done.
Oh, that's why I'm getting confused. Okay.
Yeah, so we finished all those. We are done with that section.
Perfect. So on to the public hearing. Amendment of the Town of Nantucket Conservation Commission Wetland Protection Regulations. That's continued until October 1st. Missed that. So approval of minutes for September 3rd, 2020. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, or are there comments on the minutes, Seth?
As a comment, it says May 14th on these minutes as well, so getting the date changed.
Okay. I don't know if Terry's watching and can allow us to approve as amended, or if we should wait on it.
I would approve as amended. I think that's fine.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes as amended? Motion made by Dave. Is there a second? Seconded by Mark. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips. Oh, Maureen, you're muted.
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. The SBPF discussion is continued until October 1st. So that moves us on to BSS, Hummock Pond LLC and Hummock Pond Holdings LLC at 287 and 289 Hummock Pond Road.
So we kind of discussed this early, Madam Chair, when Spruce brought it up in public comment. We'll be back out on that site tomorrow. They're scheduled to move that building to see and pick up some of the debris on the beach and the old tank. So we're kind of checking that site daily to deal with it. And like I said earlier, they're going to be back with amended permits and all kinds of stuff because they lost their access driveway. That site is vastly different than what the permitted condition was, and they understand that their permit, if they don't come back, is probably going to be subject to revocation, which is just an extra hearing that none of us want to go through. So we'll hopefully see them soon. But we're kind of working them through the process of getting things put together to keep it as efficient as possible and not pollute.
Thank you, Jeff, for being on top of that area. At some point, I think we're going to need to figure out that steel wall that's up the beach with all this erosion that's happening.
We've been trying to estimate just from our end, and given the loss that's there, it's a little funky. There's a little point that's formed in front of that place too, which has kind of exacerbated the erosion down. It's not related to the wall. It's not exposed, but we're trying from kind of some aerials and some other measurements, guesstimating how close that is to being exposed and kind of trying to keep track of that so we're ready when it does.
That was on, sorry to interrupt you, Ashley. We had Mark Ritz put that on his plan, right?
Yes. It's just more of a matter of trying to get a location on the top of the bank that's reliable to scale that back. So we're putting that together, but our priority was kind of making sure that house and
those materials were getting removed and out of harm's way before worrying about something that's clearly not moving for quite some time. So we'll probably have that. Well, we'll definitely have a total update on that for the next meeting, but hopefully we'll have that information at least by email before then.
Thank you, Jeff. So reports, crack.
So the select board accepted the recommendations from CRAC about interim sea level rise, and I could ask Jeff to forward it to. I mean, it really states what we all know. So
real quickly, so today, Libby Gibson issued out all of that recommendation to town departments with a little instructions from her end. So we got that late in the day. So I'll forward that to everyone to kind of look at tomorrow from our end. And then we can talk about it at the next meeting, but I just didn't want to send it at the last minute. So, but we'll certainly take it up and you guys will have a full copy of it.
thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. CPC.
We got only 5 applications this year. I think it's around about $1.6 million, $1.7 million. We are going to have more money in hand. So next year, get out there, get your historic structures, your open space applications in, because sadly, we're not going to be able to give all the way the money we're going to get. And but we're excited. We're going to be hearing interviews on the 13th and 14th, and then we'll be reviewing all applications on the 16th of next month. So I will come back with more information then.
Awesome. Thank you, Joe. Oh, Ian?
Did you say 5, Joe?
Only 5, yes.
Good Lord.
Yes. So it was kind of surprising. I don't know if it was due to COVID and people weren't in the offices. We're really not quite sure what's going on.
You can hear me. I just lost my audio here.
So it was Landmark House, the restoration of the Hadwell Valley oil and candy factory. That's kind of been a 2-part process, and Interfaith and the rental assistance program, and then Affordable Housing Trust, and then of course Sustainable Community Farm Institute phase. So it's not a lot. It was kind of surprising.
I know we talked about it, Joe, for some things, but with COVID and everyone being kind of fractured apart, I know a lot of groups that were talking about it just couldn't get their act together to get it. It's a pretty comprehensive application, and it's just, unless you have kind of full commitment to it, it's tough to do. So I think that probably helps, but hopefully next year you won't get many, and I can come with a few ideas that our staff has had to come take it all. So that's our plan.
We say no. We say no to people. Don't think you're taking it all.
I've had the experience of submitting that application, and it's pretty intense what is asked for.
Well, so did Jeff. I mean, your application for Brand Point, the hatchery there, was the size of the Encyclopedia Britannica, practically.
Yes, it was.
Get paid by the pound, my friend. Paid by the pound. So.
Great. Well, it sounds like CPC commissioners won out because they don't have as much reading material with only 5. All right, NP and EDC.
Muted.
No meeting, no report.
I don't think we have other committees at this point. Commissioners' comments?
I like this little, didn't show up. Sorry. Can we get this more often?
Yeah, that usually just goes to me so that I can name people as we go.
It's very helpful. It's very useful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Joanne puts that together for Ashley so she knows who to call on
Ah,
for these,
so-
especially on Zoom. So if it's easier, we can just send it to everybody. We just tried to make Ashley look even smarter than she already is by having her know all of the names.
So you pulled back the curtain on her. Gotcha.
I think I've thanked Joanne for that before. I'm pretty sure.
You did it publicly. Yes, you have on Zoom. Yes.
We just, the wizard has been revealed.
Yeah.
No.
Seth, it looks like you had a comment.
Yeah, I was hoping this would come at a much earlier hour, so I'll be as brief as possible, but just want to recognize that September is Climate Change Awareness Month. and that that's locally and that internationally. Next week is Climate Change Awareness Week. There's been some incredible events on Nantucket recently. Just this week was the Nantucket Preservation Symposium, which I attended. I think some other people on here did as well. It was recorded. I don't know if it'll be available to the public or not, but if it is, everyone should check it out. There's going to be a Resilient Nantucket Forum coming up. There's the State of the Harbor being put up by the Land Council. And at the Athenaeum, there's a series of extremely interesting webinars they're doing with a Boston-based group as well. So check out all those resources and get some good learning in.
Thank you, Seth. Any other commissioners' comments? Looks like no. Administrator staff reports.
All right, I'm going to try to go really fast too. I second what Seth just said. As a follow-up to that too, I know Joanne sent some info out and people were interested. The MAT conference this fall is all online and it kind of spans a whole week. If people are interested and want to sign up, let us know. We'll get you signed up and cover the cost for the signups for those. So if anyone's interested for any of them, just let us know. That being said, the other thing that we sent out is we've been trying to be really active in getting the schedule ready for next year already, because we're probably remoting through the rest of this year and probably into the start of next year, maybe, at the rate we're going out here. So we kind of decided to leave it on Thursdays because it's kind of what we've been doing for a while and it works really well schedule-wise. And one of the things that's allowed us to do, and you'll see it a little bit reflected here, is shift our filing deadlines a little bit to also allow us to only have to advertise in the newspaper once. So the most expensive part of filing is the newspaper ad, and we're hopefully able to cut that fee in half for applicants to help out with filings there and keep it a little simpler and give us a little bit more time for staff review on projects too. So we've kind of made those shifts for everything to be on Thursdays. So it's literally we're meeting on Thursday or filing deadline is that Thursday. And they line up and then we kind of alternate Thursdays with the Board of Health. So we've tried to stick to that. We took site inspections off the schedule for right now, just because we're obviously not able to do them in our conventional means. But we're trying to put together kind of a set of guidelines for you guys for site inspections and try to figure out a way to do those. And then once we can get back to doing them as we used to, whether it's to all drive individually or get to spots to try to address that. But we just wanted to get that scheduled in front of people, get a reaction. I know it's a change for the guys that do a lot of filings to move filing deadlines from Friday back to Thursday, but it gives us an extra day to get stuff to the paper, a little wiggle room in case there's an issue, and then gets everything lined up. So Concom is Thursdays. So if you're Paul Santos or Art Gasparo, it's Thursday, it's a Concom day. So I'm either filing or I'm at a meeting and just try to keep it simple and reduce a little bit of cost for applicants. So that was kind of our hopes.
Thank you, Jeff. It looks like Ian has a question.
Well, I do. And Madam Chair, if I may, and I know we all want to pack it in, but so I said, Jeff, so a member of the public sent me something that he put together about 5 years ago to try and increase fees to make $65,000 to pay for someone as an enforcement officer, an extra enforcement officer full-time. And so he proposed increasing bylaw filing fees for an NOI from $25 to $400 and so on and so forth. And it sounds as though that wasn't you didn't think that was a good idea, Jeff, but I wondered if you could forward that to my fellow commissioners just to see if it was constructive, even if it might not be considered realistic. And the person who put it together obviously did quite a bit of work on it. And so I lauded him for doing so.
Yeah, so I think it has a lot of merit. would take a regulatory change. So I was going to take it up as part of our regulatory discussions when we got to that.
Yeah.
I think it does have a lot of merit. I think the one thing that's tricky about it, Ian, is the way that our fees set up is the filing fees from notices of intents and things right now go into the great abyss of the general fund. So the only fee that we get is the reviewing fee, and we'd have to change the bylaw slightly to deal with that. I'll talk to you offline about it since it's 9:30 at night, and I don't want to belabor people with the bureaucratic nightmare of dealing with the code. So,
Got you.
but I do think it's there. And the other piece that we've been adding to it, Ian, is we've been doing a little bit of comparative filing fees with some comparable towns to kind of put with it to make sure that we're not like going total pie in the sky and all of a sudden being like, hey, Nantucket is 100 times higher than everywhere else. It doesn't look like that proposal is at all, but it's nice when we go to change it to make sure that people understand that we're not making it up and it's not numbers that aren't reasonable. So we'll have a little bit more of a comprehensive look at that for sure. But I'll send the original out to people.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. So if Jeff is all done, it looks like we're gonna be done. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Thank you, everybody. That was a long one.
Seconded. So by roll vote, Beal,
Yes.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
I guess so.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
I'm glad it's not hour 6. Yes.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, this meeting is adjourned.
Take care, everyone.
Feels like HDC.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.